3, 2. Alrighty, welcome in, ladies and gentlemen. It is 4:30 on the dot. We should be tipping off here in Toronto here pretty shortly. Welcome in, all of you wonderful people everywhere. Really do appreciate every single one of you that are dropping in and watching the show. Something is on. Oh, it's on here. Okay. Give me like 30 seconds to just make sure everything is up and running here. Alrighty, welcome in, ladies and gentlemen. Volume is up on that one, and I didn't mean to do that. Alrighty. Let me get the live feed rolling over here. Unfortunately, it looks like the visual is not going to be able to go live for you guys, so it looks like we'll have to just be refreshing the game cast here until it gets going here. But we got about a minute and a half till tip-off in Toronto. We got the Clippers against the Raptors. Should be a good matchup between both these teams here. Let's get into some of the injuries real quick before they tip off. Actually, let me just pull that up over here real quick as we're getting this started. Why can I not see the injuries? What is going on here? Injuries. How come I can't go to the full report? Where is it? But it looks like Emmanuel Quickly and Jamison Battle are both going to be out tonight. Along with Jacoby Walker, Jakob Poeltl, R.J. Barrett, and Chucky Hepburn for the Toronto Raptors, whereas we're going to be looking at the Clippers here in just 1 second. For the Clippers, you got Kawhi Leonard out, Vince Zubac on a day-to-day. I'm not entirely sure what the day-to-day is, probably for rest, maybe. Bojan Bogdanovic is out tonight with a hamstring injury. And we got Derrick Jones Jr. being diagnosed with a MCL sprain grade 2 in his right knee. Will be re-evaluated in 6 weeks. Bradley Beal also out since November 12th. But he has been out with a season-ending injury for the Clippers. So Bradley Beal is going to be out. Tip-off coming in soon. Looks like they're discussing on the broadcast how good Scotty Barnes has been as of late for the Toronto Raptors. And I do not blame them, probably. But yeah, in terms of the, if we're looking at the game charts here for season averages, you got Toronto Raptors with a higher edge on points per game, rebounds per game, assists per game. The Clippers have the edge on steals per game and blocks per game. Along with let's see, so there's a higher edge of field goal percentage and 3-point percentage for the Clippers as well, along with a free throw percentage as well. Top point getters for the Clippers and the Raptors, you got Kawhi Leonard and Brandon Ingram. I would say probably a starting lineup coming into tonight. If I can go to my page real quick that has all the players. Probably James Harden at the 1. I'm kind of dumb. Let me get to a different thing real quick. James Harden at the 1, Chris Dunn at the 2, Kawhi Leonard is out, so give me Kobe Sanders at the 3, John Collins at the 4, and Ivica Zubac at the 5. Then for the Toronto Raptors, we're looking at the depth for them real quick. Give me Jamal Shead at the 1, Brandon Ingram at the 2, Grady Dick at the 3, Scotty Barnes at the 4, and Sandro Mamukelashvili at the 5 for the Toronto Raptors, as tip-off is going to be coming here shortly. That's not it. That is it right there. Grady Dick and Brandon Ingram, a combined, 51 points between the two over the course of the past few games. Unfortunately, I won't be able to show you guys the live feed. It looks like the live feed is getting blocked out with the website that I'm kind of using here, so unfortunate. So I'm going to try to at least keep refreshing this so that you guys can see the updated score as the games go through. Let me just also add the other game that I'm going to be covering tonight. Later on in our coverage later tonight is going to be the Washington Wizards going into Sacramento. We will be covering that as well. Got James Harden and the Clippers going into Toronto. Should be a good matchup between both these teams. Clippers coming into this game 17-23 on the season, and Raptors 25-17. Clippers looking to extend their win streak from 5 to 6, and looking to take a big 1-0 series lead, even though it's probably going to be it looks like it's only a 2-game matchup between these two teams. Two interconference matchups tonight. Obviously, Clippers going into Toronto. We're going to be having that tip-off here momentarily. Looks like about 5 seconds before it tips off over there. And then later on tonight, tipping off at right around 7 o'clock p.m. is going to be the Wizards going into Sacramento. The live feed is still going, I'm pretty sure. Hopefully. Doesn't really look like there's anything happening. It says in arena, but let me just refresh it real quick. Oh. Well, I'm kind of dumb. Video was starting, apparently. By the way, how are you guys doing this evening? Hope you guys are all doing well. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. You are all welcome to chat and interact. Really appreciate every single one of you guys for coming in and taking a live inside look at these teams going head to head here. Really appreciate every single one of you guys. I got Clippers and Raptors, and then Wizards and Kings here. Hopefully it's tipping off here soon. Just finished the intro video. Okay, here we go. They're announcing starting lineups right now. Brandon Ingram at the 4. There's no chyrons on these guys. And I'm kind of afraid to add any audio to this, otherwise I might get copyright infringement. So unfortunately, you guys won't be able to get any of the audio or the visual from this at all. So With the tip-off about to come live here momentarily, I'm going to grab a couple of water bottles real quick so that my voice stays fresh throughout the game tonight, or the games. So give me like 30 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. I will be right back.
Don't go anywhere.
And just like that, I am right back. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Once again, live in Toronto on Sports Nation. Toronto is hosting the Clippers. Tip-off hopefully coming here within the next 30 seconds. Looking at the starting lineups right now, looks like Jamal Shed at the 1, Abaji at the 2, Brandon Ingram at the 3, Scotty Barnes at the 4, and Colin Murray Boyles at the 5 for the Raptors. For the Clippers, you got James Harden at the 1, Chris Dunn at the 2, Kobe Sanders at the 3, Nicholas Batum at the 4, Ivica Zubac at the 5 for the Clippers. So good setup for both these teams coming into tonight. Obviously, the Clippers looking to continue their win streak. Raptors are in the black uniforms tonight, black and red, with the Air Jordan logo. Clippers in the white with the Nike logo. Tip-off underway in Toronto. And we are all set and ready to go in Toronto as the referee number 11 is about ready to tip this thing off. Sorry, I don't know the names right now. James Harden with possession. Passes it over. I can't remember the number off the top of my head. I believe that's Chris Dunn. It's Zubac now with the ball. Chris Dunn passes over to number 4. Number 4 drives towards the free throw line, takes a mid-range shot, and misses. Rebound, Raptors. Yeah, I don't know the numbers off the top of my head. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. Clippers now with the ball. Harden passes to Zubac. Zubac to... I, once again, don't remember that number off the top of my head. Oh my gosh. Bad shot over to the Raptors. Driving in lane. Bad shot inside the paint. Harden with the rebound. Pulls it back out outside the three-point line. Double team on Harden. Passes it over right across the lane. Down low to Ivica Zubac, who puts it up and misses inside. Brandon Ingram bringing it up the floor for the Raptors. Stolen away by number 4. James Harden with the ball here. And traveling violation on James Harden. Raptors ball. I need to take a look at the numbers real quick. Oh, 4 Scotty Barnes for the Raptors. Sanders for Clippers. Got it, okay. Brandon Ingram with the ball now at top of the key. Passed into number 12, Murray. And 23, Jamal Shed with a three-point jumper. Man, my live feed is behind on the game cache. What the heck? You guys are seeing this live faster than the live feed's going through. Vitsa Zubox with a nice layup inside. Shed with a nice pass inside. To... I can't remember that number off the top of my head. That feed went way too fast. 12. Murray. Ooh. That was not ready for the game flow to go that quickly. Holy cow. Murray Boyles makes the first at the charity stripe. Looking like a strategy for tonight is ball for the Raptors is ball pressure with aggressive D without fouling. Murray Boyles goes 1 of 2 at the charity stripe. James Harden brings up the ball for the Clippers. James Harden drives in, passes it back out to Sanders. And the Raptors bring it right back around. 23 knocks in the tray. Shed. Dunn brings up the ball for the Clippers. Drives inside. Takes it all the way on the floater and puts it in. Raptors bringing up the ball. Ooh. Pass to Murray Boyles. Back to Murray Boyles. And out, staying with the Raptors. Last touch by number 33, Batum. Showing a replay from that last wide open tray by Boyles. Boyles brings it up to the mid-range and knocks down a two-pointer. James Harden with the ball moving up for the Clippers. Going on ISO against Brandon Ingram. Step back three for James Harden. Gets tipped by Brandon Ingram. Brandon Ingram gets the pass from his teammate and lays it in on the other side. Timeout. Clippers 11-4. Score with 8:23 left in the first quarter. A little nifty move by James Harden, but Brandon Ingram gets the nice tip and feed from Scotty Barnes on the other side of the floor. We take our first break in the Scotty Bank Arena in Toronto. A lot of ball movement. Let me just take a look at the just gonna take a look at the team stats right now. Clippers 2 of 7 from the field, looking like 29%. So that's not a good look for the Clippers right out the gate. 0 for 3 from three-point land. Whereas the Raptors are shooting 4 for 6 right now, 67%. 2 of 2 from behind the arc. So they're cashing in quickly from behind the arc. Rebounds in favor of the Raptors. Assists in favors of the Raptors, steals in favor of the Clippers, even on blocks, even on turnovers, points off turnovers in favor of the Clippers, fast break points in favor of the Raptors, points in the paint in favor of the Clippers, fouls in favor of the Clippers. Largest lead right now is 7 in favor of the Raptors. Huge advantage as the Raptors come out to a very early 7-point lead here in the first quarter in Toronto and Scotty Bank Arena. Does not look like there's any substitutions as of yet. Still early in the game, but you gotta like what you see from the Toronto Raptors trying to look to send a message early to the Clippers that their 6th win straight is not going to come easy. Some more advertisements going through right now in the arena, so I can't really see what is happening. So no difference on the scoreboard as of yet. Jamal Shed, top point getter so far with 5. Dang, why does this thing have to be faster than the live feed? What the heck? Thank you. James Harden tries once again from behind the arc. Misses. Rebound, Brandon Ingram. Brings it up the floor for Toronto. Passes it to Murray Boyles. Boyles dishes it. And last touch by Boyles. Turnover, Raptors. Chris Dunn brings it up the floor for the Clippers. Want a potential pick and roll from Zubats. Doesn't get it. Over and back on Chris Dunn. Raptors ball. Another turnover for the Clippers. Scotty Barnes now at the point. Pass it to, I can't see that number. Was that 12? Murray Boyles to Brandon Ingram to Boyles to Shed, who brings in the deuce. Chris Dunn now with the ball for the Clippers. Pass it over to, what's his name? Sanders. Sanders tried to go one-on-one ISO and loses the ball. Turnover Clippers. There's a nice feed by Brandon Ingram to Murray Boyles, who feeds it to Shed on a backdoor cut for an easy deuce. Murray Boyles at the point. Pass it to Brandon Ingram. Ingram with the mid-range. Misses. Zubats the rebound. Chris Dunn brings it up the floor for the Clippers. Thought about passing it to Harden. Gives it over to Batum, who passes it back to Zubats. James Harden down near the block. Working on Murray Boyles, who goes up and misses. Murray Boyles with a rebound. Passes it to Abaji, who takes the layup in. James Harden with the ball at the point for the Clippers. Working on Brandon Ingram. Looking like Raptors are kind of in a mini 2-3 zone here. He missed. I don't know who that guy is. Back out to Brandon Ingram for 3. Cash. 18-4. Raptors on an 11-0 scoring run now. James Harden with the ball. Wanting a little bit of an ISO, maybe. Pass it over to Zubats, but a bad play. Or they're calling a foul on, I believe that is number 30? Call the foul on somebody. But anyhow, James Harden has the ball at the point. Working down into the free throw line. Passes it out to... I couldn't see that number, but he cashed in a three-pointer. Brandon Ingram now with the ball after a couple of passes. Murray Boyles for 3. Misses from three-point land. And I think that's... No, that's Chris Dunn. Dunn to Zubats. Back to Dunn. Cross court to Sanders. Sanders out to Miller, who missed the tray. And we got the rebound. Couple of substitutions here. Brook Lopez enters the game for Zubac. Grady Dick enters the game for Abaji. That's not Ingram. Barnes was bringing it up the floor. Murray Boyles got inside. Missed the deuce, but got fouled by Brook Lopez. Taking 2 shots. It's going to be Murray Boyles. Second trip to the line tonight. First trip to the line was 1 for 2. 4:50 to go. Toronto up 18-7 here in this first quarter. Murray Boyles makes the first. I think this is a solid outing so far for the Raptors. Had an 11-0 run that got stopped by a 3-pointer from the Clippers. As Murray Boyles cashes in both shots from the charity stripe. James Harden with the ball, working up against Scotty Barnes. Couple of screens, transfers. I don't know that number, 54. And I don't really know how to spell it or how to say his last name either, so I'm not going to try to say that. But Scotty Barnes with the ball now, takes a mid-range, misses, rebound. Sanders brings it up court, takes a 3 and cashes in. Timeout Raptors. 4:11 to go. 20-12 our score in Toronto. Televised cast Sportsnet, Sports Nation in Scotia. Is it Scotia Bank Arena? Right? Scotia Bank Arena? Yeah, Scotia Bank Arena in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Ooh, and this team stat stuff is updating as we go here. All right, so a little bit of an update from the recent last time out that we had. Clippers 5 of 14 from the field. Raptors 7 of 12 from the field. So the field goal percentage in favor of the Raptors. Raptors 3 of 4 from behind the arc. Clippers 2 of 7 from behind the arc. 2 trips to the line for actually both teams, actually. Because I think Murray Boyles is the only person to go to the charity stripe so far. He has gone 3 of 4 from the charity stripe so far this game. But rebounds in favor of the Raptors so far. Assists in favor of the Raptors as well. Steals still in favor of the Clippers. Both teams tied at 1 block apiece. Turnovers in favor of the Clippers. Points in the paint now even. Fast break points in favor of the Raptors. 2 fouls on the Clippers. We had the largest lead of the night at 14. Or no. Largest lead of the night was 14. I can't count in my head fast enough apparently. Don't really have a ton of sponsorships tonight, ladies and gentlemen, so thank you each and every single one of you guys for tuning in. Hope you guys are enjoying the broadcast so far. Really appreciate all of you guys for tuning in. You guys are awesome. I'm just going to double check a couple things real quick and then try to get back to the live feed real quick. You're just now apparently talking about cap circumvention. Dick passes it into Ingram down low. Ingram trying to work around James Harden, who tries to get up on the reverse side of the basket, but gets fouled on the way up. Foul on Harden as Brandon Ingram goes to the line to shoot a pair. Solid attacking so far for the Toronto Raptors. Clippers just need to find a way to change the momentum to be in favor, or to be in their favor instead of the other way around, because Brandon Ingram just cashed another 2 points from the charity stripe. Sanders brings it down, passes it out to Miller. Miller back to Sanders, who throws in a jam. Shed at the point. Pass it to Ingram. Off a screen, mid-range. Shot is up and good for Brandon Ingram. I'm bringing up the ball for the Clippers. Isolation, I believe it's Shed. Who passed it into... 14. I don't know how to say his last name either. If I'm going to be honest with you, ladies and gentlemen, I do apologize. But it was a good feed down low. Didn't end up making the shot, but a first foul of the night for any Raptor tonight. Makes the first. First trip to the line for any Clipper tonight. Coming with 3:15 left in the first. Niederhauser makes 2 of 2 from the line. 16-24 is our score right now. .54 has it on the wing. Passes it to Dick, who passes it to Ingram. Working against Brook Lopez, and Sanders gives it to Martin. Makes a mid-range jumper. James Harden comes in, passes it out to Brook Lopez, passes it over to... I don't know his name, but he makes a nifty move inside the paint and creates a deuce for the Clippers. Keeps him in this game. Passed out to 54, who tries a three-point range shot and hits the backboard. No iron. Rebound, Clippers. Oh, the feet just got grainy. Hang on. I couldn't tell exactly what happened there, if I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. The feed just went blurry. Oh, James Harden. Okay, so he just had the ball the whole time. I thought he passed it out to Brook Lopez. Oh, wow. So James Harden had the line for 2. Makes the first. Christie enters the game for Sanders. Brandon Ingram takes a seat. 20-26 with 2:10 left here in the first. Or 19-26, I should say. Now it's 20-26. James Harden makes both shots at the charity stripe. Good showing so far for the Clippers at the charity stripe. Oh my goodness. Shed tried to absolutely drive into the lane against 2 guys, and I think they are calling a foul against Naderhauser. Is that how you say his last name? So Shed's back at the line for another 2 shots here. I think this is a third set of attempts here, I think. Let me see if I can't get the box score. Oh no, this is Shed's first trip to the line, I think. Yeah, and then he goes 2 of 2. Okay. I don't know why I'm getting the... Oh, I think I'm getting the numbers mixed up. That's why I'm going crazy. All right, Christie gets the pass from Harden, drives in and gets the deuce. 6-point game. Not a bad look, not a bad look. Back outside, Trae for 55, who makes it. That's Martin with the triple for the Raptors. 9-point game. James Harden working against Grady Dick, who tries the 3-pointer and misses. Rebound Christie, back out to Harden for 3, misses. Rebound Raptors. Shed getting the ball from... Oh. Foul on the floor. And with the Raptors being in the bonus, regardless of whether that shot was up or not, it was still going to be free throws coming for the Raptors. Lopez picks up, I believe, his second. So I think Lopez... Oh, no, maybe not. Nick's going to go take a seat. Or maybe not. Maybe a quick substitution here. Barnes back in the game. Shed misses the second. So he went 1 of 2 from that trip to the free throw line. Christie, awkward looking shot. But a foul against Martin on the floor here with a minute to go left here in the first. 16 seconds on the shot clock here for the Clippers. I believe that's Martin's first foul. Or no, that is his second. Never mind. Dick back in the game. Bringing Shed to the bench. Giving him a little bit of a rest here before the end of the quarter. Passed into Harden, who passes it over to back out to Brook Lopez, who shoots a 3. Ball goes up top of the backboard. Raptors ball. Scotty Barnes with the ball. Bringing up the floor for the Raptors here. Pass it to Martin, back to Barnes. Passed out to the corner. Shots up, no good. Rebound Clippers. 4 for the Clippers. Final shot here. Looks like Barnes is going to attempt a 3-point shot here. No good. End of the quarter. Toronto up 32-24. As we finish out the first quarter in Toronto. 8-point game between the respective clubs. That 11-0 run early on in the first quarter gives the Raptors a good cushion to finish out the first quarter up by 8. And take a look at the team stats here as we finish out the first quarter. Clippers going 9 of 21 from the field, 43%. And 2 of 10 from behind the arc, 20% from three-point land. That's not what you want to see, but at least 4 of 4 from the charity stripe, so that's a good look for the Clippers. 11 rebounds, 10 on the defensive end, 1 on the offensive end. So that's a good sign that they're at least trying to get some second chance points and whatnot. 3 assists, 1 steal, 1 block, 3 total turnovers, 3 fast break points, 14 points in the paint. So that's a good look. Raptors going 10 of 18 from the field, 4 of 8 from behind the arc. 8 of 10 from the charity stripe. Fouls in favor of the Clippers. Points in the paint in favor of the Clippers. Fast break points in favor of the Raptors. Turnovers in favor of the Clippers. Steals in favor of the Clippers. Assists in favor of the Raptors. And rebounds in favor of the Clippers. And largest lead, obviously, in favor of the Raptors, as the Clippers have yet to get away from the deficit that they're in and take their first lead of the game. But a lot left to decide in this game, as there's, if I remember correctly, I think there's like 36 minutes left. In terms of game time left in this game, 36 minutes. Trae Washington Jr. in the game. Looks like they're still kind of in a TV timeout here, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, really actually they're back into it now. I think Scotty Barnes has the ball, brings it into the paint, working against 2 guys. That's it cut to something else, and then I thought it was a highlight for some reason. Who's 14? Oh, Neerdhauser. Pass it to Washington Jr. Washington Jr. working on Scotty, I think. Nope, that's Martin. And out of bounds, last touch, Clippers. Raptors take possession. Scotty Barnes to inbound. Pass it to Martin and takes it up the court. 1-on-2. Nice feed to 54, who has a nice fake and a floater. Brings up the deuce. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not going to say that last name. I don't really know how to pronounce it, and I don't want to say it wrong. Zero gets tagged with a foul on trying to get over the screen. I believe that is Lawson. I just wanted to double check that name. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not going to say his full last name, but that was a good look down low for 54 of the Raptors. Miller has a nice look in the mid-range. Drops the deuce to make it a 10-point game. Dick gets the feed from Scotty Barnes, who gives it back to Barnes. Feed from 0 over to Dig, back to Barnes, back to 54. Working down low. Nice reverse. Spins in for the deuce. Oh, drives in and blocking foul. They're going to call this on Martin, I believe. Is that Martin's third? Or is this his second? No, that's his second, so Martin's going to take a seat. Oh, no, that is his third. So Murray Boyles is coming in. Same with Abaji. Christie made the shot, so this is going to be an and one shot here. Makes it. 9-point game in favor of the Raptors. Barnes brings the ball up the court for the Raptors. Pulls it up at the elbow. Makes a nice deuce from the mid-range. Washington Jr. with the ball now. Bringing it up for the Clippers. Pass it to Zubats. Zubats to Christie. Christie to Washington Jr. who drops the tray. Scotty Barnes back to the top of the key. Passes it to, I forgot his name, but he turned it over. And a lot of fumbling around, but Clippers maintain possession. Christie inbounded it to Zubats. Zubats traveled. So turnover for the Clippers. Either way, no matter how well he handled that, that was going to be out of bounds regardless. The way that he passed that, he was kind of falling over. Scotty Barnes bringing it up for the Raptors. Barnes to Grady Dick. Moves up to the top of the key. Tries a mid-range shot, misses. Aaron pass from, I can't remember his name, but 22 with the steal. So Miller. Miller to Christie. Christie back to Miller. Working on ISO against Lawson. Oh, tipped on a three-point shot. Rebound Raptors. Scotty Barnes with a wide open look. Just misses off iron. Washington Jr. tries to get it into Zubats. Somehow gets it in. Inside the paint, Zubats with the deuce. Scotty Barnes bringing up the floor. Trying to go ISO in one hand look. Misses it. Grady Dick falling on the floor trying to get the ball. Passes it inside. Just misses off iron. That's Grady Dick who does a floater on the mid-range and cashes in two more. Timeout Clippers. 7:39 to play here in the second. And still an 8-point game. Offensive boards looking like they're starting to go back in favor of the Raptors. Start at the quarter 1-0 in favor of the Clippers. 2 or 3 boards later, and the Raptors still keep this an 8-point game in Toronto. Oh my goodness. While I take a pause here, I'm just gonna double check a couple of different things here real quick. How you guys doing on this Friday evening? Welcome in, welcome in. Thank you so much, all of you guys, for tuning in. You guys are awesome. Really appreciate all of you guys for tuning in and watching this. Like you guys kind of saw in the title of the stream here, this is going to be a doubleheader interconference matchup. We got Toronto Raptors and the Clippers going on right now. Later on tonight, we got the Wizards and the Kings in Sacramento. So I hope you guys are ready for some wild action. Later on tonight, we got a good one so far. 8-point difference. Largest lead of the night for the Raptors was 14. The Clippers have yet to come back to take their first lead of the night. I wouldn't really say come back, but find a way to take a lead tonight. But a solid outing nonetheless. Top scorer tonight so far has been Jamal Shead and Brandon Ingram at 10 points and 9 points each. We're going to take a look real quick once again at our team comparison stats real quick. Fouls all evened up. Points in the paint in favor of the Clippers. Fast break points in favor of the Raptors. Turnovers all evened up. Blocks in favor of the Raptors. Steals in favor of the Clippers. Assists in favor of the Raptors. Boards in favor of the Raptors. Free throw percentage in favor of the Clippers. 3-point and field goal percentage in favor of the Raptors as well. As Dunn brings up the ball for the Clippers. Pass it over to Chrissy. Chrissy inside to Zubac. Zubac's working around. Back out to Dunn. Dunn tries to drive in. Passes it over to Chrissy. Chrissy with a floater from mid-range. Knocks it in. Over to Murray Boyle, to Shed, excuse me. Shed with an errant pass tipped out of bounds. Stays Raptors ball with 4.5 seconds on the shot clock. And Miller with the steal. Who passes it over to Dunn. Passes it inside to Zubac, who gets it stolen away from him. Shed with a good pass inside. Murray Boyles with the deuce. Over to Dunn on the wing for 3. Cash. $39.44, 6:13 and counting. Shed has the ball on the wing for the Raptors. Pass it over to Brandon Ingram, working up against Christie, I believe. Getting a double team. Pass it over to Grady Dick from the wing. Shot for 3. Misses off iron. Fighting for the ball. We got a jump ball with Murray Boyles. And I didn't catch the number from the Clippers, but what is that, 24? Brown and Murray Boyles. I hope I'm saying these last names correctly. I think I'm doing so, but anyhow, somebody subbed in for Grady Dick. That's Lawson. Tip 1 by the Raptors. Shed up top. Pass it over to Ingram. Ingram gets double teamed. Aaron passed by Ingram, and it's a turnover for the Raptors. James Harden checks back in for the Clippers. Kobe Brown takes a seat. Down over to Christie. James Harden from the mid-range misses. And rebound goes out of bounds. Last touch Clippers. Murray Boyles to inbound. Shed takes the ball up the court for the Raptors here. 5:20 and counting. Down inside to Abaji, who passes it back out to Shed for 3. Off front iron. Back out to Brandon Ingram. Another offensive board for the Raptors as Ingram takes it from the top of the oval. Buries down a mid-range deuce. James Harden with a pass over to Chris Dunn. Chris Dunn from the wing. Tries to drive in. Does a reverse. Misses off the board. Brandon Ingram passes it over to the corner who drives in. And I think they called him stepping out of bounds before he drove in. I think they're going to get a Baji for the turnover. But a nice move by Brandon Ingram to make it from the mid-range. James Harden now brings the ball up for the Clippers. Working on ISO. Passes it inside to Miller, who cashes in on a layup. Shed bringing it up for the Raptors. 5-point game. Shed to Barnes, back to Shed, back to Barnes, over to Abaji for 3, no good. Rebound Zubats, James Harden with the ball. 4 minutes left to play here in the second quarter. James Harden drives in, misses, Zubats the board, and cashes in for 2 points. 3-point game, 3:52, timeout, Raptors. 3:52 left in the first half. Clippers showing signs of life and trying to take their first lead of the night in Toronto. And potential signs of keeping that win streak alive. As that sequence just was absolute daggers. Pins and needles. Roughly about the same amount of shots being taken by both teams here. Field goal percentage in favor of the Raptors right at this point. 3-point percentage in favor of the Raptors as well. Free throw percentage in favor of the Clippers. Rebounds in favor of the Raptors, even though that sequence definitely seemed to be in favor of the Clippers for sure. I thought there was definitely more offensive boards that were there, but I think that was just the ball just kind of floating up. But anyhow, rebounds in favor of the Raptors, assists in favor of the Raptors, steals in favor of the Clippers, blocks in favor of the Raptors, turnovers in favor of the Raptors, fast break points in favor of the Raptors, points in the paint in favor of the Clippers. Fouls are even. No technical fouls or flagrant fouls yet. It's been a very nice, clean game by both teams so far. Clippers outscoring the Raptors 19-14 this quarter. Brought the margin into 3 points. Largest lead of the night for the Raptors was 14 back in the first quarter. I don't think the Raptors have led by more than 8 points in this quarter. I could be completely wrong. As they're getting it back. To the game here. Both teams have 5 timeouts remaining in the rest of the game. 2 timeouts have been used by both teams. I will say when it does get to halftime here, I do think I'm going to take a small break. Probably not too much of a break, but anyhow, I don't think the Clippers have had a big run, but it sure seems like that last little session was all in favor of the Clippers as Scotty Barnes makes a mid-range shot to bring the lead back to 5. Dunn to Harden. Harden one-on-one against Barnes. Pass it over to Christie, over to the corner for Dunn, who drives in. Oregon gets a Baji. Gets the foul, misses the shot. He's going to the line for 2 shots. Clippers tonight, 5 of 5 so far from the charity stripe. 2 more. His first trip for Chris Dunn here. Makes the first. No substitutions going onto the floor. Makes the second. Abaji to inbound over to Shed. Shed to Ingram, back to Murray Boyles, who turns it over. James Harden back up court with a step back 3 for Harden. Does not hit, even iron. Raptors ball, 3-point game. Scotty Barnes drives in on Harden, brings it back out. We're going to pick and roll. Work against Zubats with a mid-range, no good. Rebound, Shed inside. Back out to Abaji for 3. 6-point game. 2:20 to go. Harden brings up the ball for the Clippers. Down low, swatted away. Chris Dunn with possession. Pass it out and thought Chrissy was going to be there, but no Clipper to be found. Turnover, Raptors ball. Man, Murray Boyles went up and swatted that shot. And Abaji had a clean look from the corner. Brandon Ingram with the ball now. Right at the free throw line. Down low. Murray Boyles gets the deuce. Jamal Shed assists from down low. James Harden with the ball, working on ISO. Looking for a close double team over to Dunn. Back to Harden. Double team again on Harden. At the mid-range over to Sanders. Cashes it in for 3. Shed, wide open look from the top of the three-point line. Cashes in 3 more points. Trading back 3-pointers for both these teams here. James Harden with the ball at the wing. From my vantage point, left side wing. Working against Murray Boyles, gets the call. And everybody was looking like potentially that might have been on the floor, but I think Harden's going to be getting 2 shots here. Harden makes the first. 1:08 left to play here in the first half. 49-56. Toronto. 7-point game. Misses the second. Barnes with the rebound. Pushing it up court to the corner. Cash for Abaji. James Harden. Step back 3. Oh my goodness. Go crazy, Harden. Scotty Barnes to Murray Boyles to Shed. To Abaji, to Barnes. Down to the block. Up to the elbow. Free throw line shot, no good. Dunn with a rebound over to Harden. Harden, another step back 3. Misses off backboard. Out of bounds, last touch. Sanders. Raptors ball. Shed bringing it up for the Raptors. About 3 seconds, 2 to 3 seconds separating shot and game clock. Shed wanting to get a screen. Pass it inside to Barnes, who goes up, misses. Goaltend. Clippers ball, 5.5 seconds left. Done with the ball. Half-court shot is up. No good. 61-52 halftime score. As the Raptors only separated the scoring by 1 point in the second quarter. 28-29 the score differential. As we head into the halftime break. 23 of Raptors are 23 of 40 from the field. Clippers 19 of 39. Field goal percentage in favor of the Raptors. 3-point percentage in favor of the Raptors. Free throw percentage in favor of the Clippers. Rebounds in favor of the Raptors. Offensive boards in favor of the Raptors. Defensive boards in favor of the Clippers. Assists in favor of the Raptors. Steals in favor of the Clippers. Blocks in favor of the Raptors. Turnovers in favor of the Raptors. Fast break points in favor of the Raptors. Points in the paint is all evened up at 24. Fouls 7-5 in favor of the Raptors. Largest lead of the night was 14 points in the first quarter. And we are at a 9-point game heading into half. 61-52, Raptors up. What a sequence to end the half. And what a difference a timeout can make in terms of momentum swings. Coming up later tonight, we also have the Wizards and the Kings tipping off at 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We will also be taking care of that live as well. Welcome in all of you guys from wherever you may be listening. Really appreciate every single one of you guys for hopping in and tuning in. Thank you so much. You guys are awesome. While we're at it, if you guys like what you're listening to and like what you are watching, don't hesitate to go down, hit that like button, hit the follow or subscribe button, depending on where you are listening at. Really, 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 really appreciate every single one of you guys for tuning in. A lot of you guys listening in on the X, so really appreciate you guys that are over there and listening. You guys are awesome. If you're over on Rumble or YouTube, don't hesitate to, let me know what's going on with you guys. Do you guys like this content? Do you guys not like this content? What do you want to see a little bit different from me as the night goes along? I know I really wish I could, bring in a live feed, but unfortunately the live feed that I got going on right now is not faring very well in terms of showing on your guys' end. So even if I were to have it over, it wouldn't be showing the visuals. So this is the best we're gonna have to do right now. So doing the best I can with what we got. So while we are at it, I'm gonna take a quick little break real quick. I'm just gonna step away from the mic for just a moment, so don't go anywhere. We got the second half coming up in Toronto. Stay tuned. I will be back momentarily. Really appreciate once again you guys for coming in and checking me out and checking this show out. So really appreciate all you guys for tuning in. So I will be back momentarily. Thank you so much. I'll be right back. Alright, I do have a question for you. Each and every single one of you. If you guys are on Twitch, are you guys actually seeing the stream? Because apparently it's giving me a bunch of this is high bits per second type deal for some reason. And maybe it's just because I'm trying to multicast. I don't know. But maybe I have to look at it on a different thing. Oh my word, that's not what I wanted, you stupid. Alright, so at least that gets loaded. I'm gonna have to update my description and whatnot. But anyhow, once again, we're at the half. Once again, really appreciate all of you guys for tuning in. Wherever you may be, however you may be watching or listening, you guys are awesome. Still trying to add a couple different aspects to this. Hopefully we can try to get a live feed that isn't going to like, I don't know. I mean, I'm not really sure it's going to like cut out audio, but I'm not going to try to like keep audio. And maybe we'll do it for the next set of games that we do on live, but we're going to try to, at least from now until the remainder of the season for both NBA and NFL, going to try to cover it on the show as much as we can here. Man. Can I not see the... Is there a chat on... Is there a chat on X? Have you guys been chatting on X this whole time and I just haven't been seeing it? Anyhow, while we're on X, let me just take a look at some other of the news stuff real quick. Looks like from about an hour ago, the Giants are still on track to officially hire John Harbaugh as their head coach. Looks like they're still working on the verbiage in the contract there. Mike McDonald really optimistic about Darnold playing on Saturday despite a new oblique injury for Sam Darnold. Yeah, we are less than 24 hours away from division round kickoffs in the NFL. Got the Broncos hosting. Hang on. I know I discussed this earlier today. No, go away. I discussed this earlier today. What? Am I going crazy? Yeah, we got the Broncos hosting the Bills as the first game to kick off the division round tomorrow. And then you got the Seahawks hosting the 49ers tomorrow as well. Boy, these are some good games coming into this weekend. And then Sunday Sunday, you got the Rams going into Chicago Sunday night. And then you got the Texans going into New England early Sunday afternoon. We'll be trying to cover those games here as well, especially the two games that are on Sunday. The ones that are on Saturday, the ones that are going live tomorrow, it's going to be kind of up in the air. I do have a couple of obligations I need to be at tomorrow, so I don't know if I'll be live for those, at least for the early game. But we'll be tuning in to at least the Seattle 49ers game later that night. Later tomorrow night, I should say. So yeah, big stuff coming. I don't understand why this is not loading. Is it just too high bit rate? Like, I don't understand why it's not loading for Twitch. Maybe that's why a lot of people are also moving away from Twitch, just because it can't handle the bit rate or something. I don't know. Anyhow, as we kind of take a look at the box score here at halftime here, top scorers right now for the Clippers, you got James Harden with 10 points, 2 boards, 5 assists, 1 steal. Chris Dunn also with 10 points. 2 boards, 2 assists, 2 steals, and it looks like the third quarter just kicked off or just tipped off in Toronto, so we're going to tune back in there real quick. Shed got fouled on the elbow, or at the elbow. He'll be taking 2 shots. Sanders, first foul of the second half. First foul of the game. And he makes the first. Shed right now is 4 of 5 from the charity stripe. Make it 5 of 6 from the charity stripe now as he makes the second. Chris Dunn brings the ball up the floor for the Clippers. Can we get this stupid thing out of the way, please? Thank you. And Miller makes a deuce. Quick timeout for the Raptors. Oh, he didn't just make a 2-point shot. He threw up a jam. Jordan Miller with the assist. And a very, very quick timeout for the Raptors coming out of the break as a 7-2 run to start of the third quarter in favor of the Clippers. We got ourselves a 4-point game with 10:19 left in the third. Raptors up 63-59 in Toronto. Clippers still trying to find that first lead of the game. As the Raptors have just been in control of this game so far. Even though it's been back and forth what seems like all the way through. Just that very early 11-0 run for the Raptors in that first quarter has kind of set the tone so far for the Raptors throughout this game. As I kind of unknowingly got interrupted by the third quarter getting started. We'll get into a little bit more into depth of the top scores for the Raptors here. You got Jamal Shed at 15 points right now. I mean, obviously the third quarter started, so Not much has changed for the Raptors though, because they've only had one basket get made. Abaji and Brandon Ingram both tied at 11 points right now. Murray Boyle's doing work everywhere else. Got stat lines in almost every single category except for steals. Abaji's got 11 points, 1 board, 1 assist, 1 steal. Brandon Ingram's got 11 points, 3 boards, 1 assist, 1 block. A lot of good numbers for the Raptors in terms of plus-minus differential. Not a lot of great numbers in terms of plus-minus differential for the Clippers. But a lot can happen. Still a lot of time left in this game here. Getting back into Toronto. I don't really have a ton of advertisement lists, so they're just getting through their last little bit of advertisements here as they get back into Toronto from the broadcast here. Shed gets the inbound pass and brings it up the floor for the Raptors. Foul down low. Chris Dunn picks it up. Scotty Barnes to inbound. Pass it into Brandon Ingram, who drives down low. Puts a shot up. No good. Rebound. Sanders up to Harden. Over to Dunn. Over to Christie for 3. Cash. Or Miller, excuse me. I'm getting their numbers mixed up. Shed with the ball now. Passes it over to Barnes, who drives down low. Against Sanders, misses the very close range 2. Sanders working against Abaji. Down to Zubats, who gets double teamed. Passes it back out. Over to Harden. Harden working against Scotty Barnes. Step back 3. Off front iron. Zubats the offensive board. Pass inside to James Harden. James Harden to Sanders. Tries to dunk it. Foul on the putback. Murray Boyles picks it up. Sanders at the line for 2. Holy cow. Sanders ties up the game with that free throw. 63 apiece, 9:15 left in the third. Sanders with his second free throw to give the Clippers a chance at their first lead of the night, and cashes in. 64-63 Clippers. Shed bringing it up for the Clippers. Shed back outside. Bad pass. Turnover Raptors. This second half has not been going well for the Raptors at all. 12-2 run to start the third for the Clippers. Sanders gives it over to Miller, over to Dunn, to Zubats, to Harden. Sanders to Dunn, who brings it inside, loses the ball. Zubats gets it, tries for the deuce, and does not get it off backboard. Scotty Barnes brings it up for the Raptors. 54, tries to bring it in, loses the handle. Brings it back over. Miller gets the deuce. 66-63 Clippers. So far, this is their largest lead of the night. This is their first lead of the night. As Brandon Ingram passes it out to Barnes for 3 and misses. Zubats the board. Who passes it to Dunn, who passes it to Harden, who brings it up. Drives inside. and makes it a 5-point game in favor of the Clippers. Scotty Barnes now bringing it up for the Raptors. 11-0 scoring run here in the third for the Clippers. Brandon Ingram outside for three, cashes it in, making it a 2-point game. Miller tries to drive in, passes it out to Sanders for three, misses it off the iron. Abaji the rebound. Shed bringing it up, trying to get a screen from Brandon Ingram. Moves it over to the other side of the wing, passes it inside, 54 with the dunk. Once a foul call, is not getting it. Tie ball game, 7:07 and counting. Harden over to Dunn, who brings it up court. Shed defending Dunn at half court. I'm not entirely sure what the call is here. Are they saying someone's trying to shoot shots here? I guess Dunn is at the line right now to shoot shots. Dunn makes the first of two. I guess they called Shed for a shooting foul, even though it did not look like a shooting foul at all. Looked like he poked that ball away, but hard to look from the angle that I had from the camera angle. Dunn makes them both. Brandon Ingram passes it into Shed. Shed brings it up. Shed over to Ingram. Ingram to 54. 54 to Shed. Shed to 54. 54 brings up a mid-range. Ties it up at 70 apiece with a mid-range jumper. Gets fouled. He's going to the line for one more. Chris Dunn picks up the foul. Big night as he cashes it in the and one. 71-70 in favor of the Raptors. Harden bringing up the ball for the Clippers. Harden passes it over to Zubac, who makes the mid-range floater at the free throw line. Shed over to Ingram. Ingram working on Sanders, loses the handle. Christie down to Zubac, who gets called for a travel. Is that Ty Lue, the coach for the Raptors? 54 to Abaji, Shed, Ingram. Ingram working on three guys. Over to Shed. Shed at the mid-range. Inside the paint. Tries to attack it. Clippers ball. Last touch. Shed. (72-71) in favor of Clippers. Harden working on Abaji. Tries to pass it out. Turnover. Clippers. Brandon Ingram bringing it up. Double teamed. Gets it over to 54. Who tries to pass it in? Gritty Dick outside. Misses. Front iron. Rebound 54. Drives inside. And gets the reverse layup to go. Timeout. Clippers. 73-72 our score in Toronto. Scoring so far this half 20-12 in favor of the Clippers. As we head into another TV timeout here with 5:13 to go left in the third. I mean, also a timeout was called by the Clippers, so hurt there. You know what I'm saying? Let me see if I can get any more recent news here. Buccaneers had an interview with Mike McDaniel for their OC position. Looks like there's a long list of teams interested in Mike McDaniel for their vacant OC jobs. And it looks like the Chargers are going to be meeting with Mike McDaniel next week. Just kind of giving you guys updates here as we're in a TV timeout here. Looks like Kevin Dotson's going to be returning this Sunday during the division round against the Bears for the Rams here. I think we talked a little bit earlier about Curtis Samuel no, maybe not. 2 hours ago, Ed Oliver and Curtis Samuel have been activated off of injured reserve. Is Shams reporting anything at all? Let's see if I can get some NBA. Come on, Shams. Bro, you haven't... What the heck? Can you really call yourself an insider? Like, Shefty putting in work, dude. Back live in Toronto. Looks like Niederhauser enters the game for Zubac. Clippers ball, 5:13 left in the third. Christie with the ball for the Clippers, bringing it up against Grady Dick. Passes it over to Harden. Over to the wing, passes it down to the corner to Miller. Working on Shed. Passes it around the other side to Christie for three, who misses. Brandon Ingram the rebound. Who passes it over to Dick, who passes it over to Shed. Drives down court. Back outside to Dick for three. Cash from the three-point land. James Harden brings the ball up for the Clippers. Tries to get a screen. Shed stays on. Moving screen is the call. As Shed hits the deck. Christie's going to pick up his second. And another turnover for the Clippers. Another great assist by Shed. As they went back through the replay. Shed passed it over to Ingram. Ingram working on Sanders. Pass it out to 54. Down in the corner to Dick for three. Cash money. Wide open in the corner was Dick. And he made it look easy as it was nothing but net. James Harden working down low against Abaji. Passes it out over to Miller, who loses the ball. Gritty Dick falls on it. Passes it ahead to Abaji, who gets fouled as he tried to dunk it. Got fouled from behind from Sanders. Tried to open the doors wide open. What a great move by Dick to get on the floor and get possession. But not only get possession, but have the vision to feed it down court to Abaji, who makes the first of his 2 free throws at the line here. And makes the second to make a good trip to the line for him as he goes 2 for 2 at the line there. Christie bringing it up for the Clippers. Pass it to Nierhauser, to Harden. Miller for three. Cash money. Shed brings it up for the Raptors. Pass it over to Ingram on the left wing. Pick and roll. Travel call. And yeah, I'm sorry, that's kind of a clear travel. Like, he wants them to look at it, but I'm pretty sure he walked. That would not be a good challenge. Christie bringing it up for the Clippers. Shed takes a seat. Harden with the ball drives in, passes it over to Nierhauser, who goes up, gets fouled, and is going to be taking 2 shots. I think they're going to be calling it on Barnes. That's his second. .245 left to go. Raptors up 6. As Nierhauser is at the line for 2. Makes the first. Solid back and forth game so far from both these teams, especially coming out of the second half here. Clippers opened up an 11-0 run to make it close, but since then, Raptors have found a way with a couple of wide open threes to get back the lead as Hauser makes the second. Scotty Barnes brings it up for the Raptors. 54, tries a 3. No good. Rebound. Christie tried to bring it up the floor. Pass it over to Harden. Got close to an 8-second, but was able to get past the half-court line. Harden drives inside. Misses the dunk. Tries the alley-oop lob. Barnes the other way. Misses. Off the leg of a Clipper, and it'll stay on the Raptors side of the court. Try to lob it up for Nierhauser and just misses on the backside of the rim on that last dunk. And Barnes gets an assist to 54, who makes in the shot. Harden bringing up the ball. Brook Lopez in the game. Brook Lopez with the screen here. Harden driving in. Thinks he's got a mismatch. Drives back inside 2-on-1. Over to Lopez. Misses the 3. Scotty Barnes off the... Oh. Scotty Barnes with what looked like the board. James Harden tried to come up from behind for the steal, but I think he was going to get... I think he got called for the foul there. Oh, weird little hobble there from Barnes. Or maybe that feed looked a little bit weird in terms of how he was running back down the court. Brandon Ingram takes a seat with 1:38 left in the third. Barnes makes the first. And makes the second. Christie inbounding to Miller. Miller bringing it up for the Clippers. As we got ourselves an 8-point game here. Stolen away. Up court to Dick. One hand layup is good. 10-point game. Raptors on top. Harden bringing it back past the backcourt line to Lopez, who tries to dunk. Gets the foul. Or no, that's not Lopez. That's Neardhauser. Neardhauser got it poked away by Lawson on the earlier trip. 1:08 left in the third. Got a 10-point deficit with both teams in the bonus here. So when he fouls, both of them will go into the line. Hauser misses the first. Murray Boyles checks back in. Replacing Abaji, Ty Washington Jr. checks in as well. Jordan Miller will take a seat. Solid outing for Miller so far. As Hauser makes the second. Barnes bringing it up. Drives down one-on-one. Nice fake. Up and underneath for the deuce. Harden with the ball for the Clippers. Tries to get the screen and does. Gets the mismatch he wants again. 54 on him. Harden tries the three. Misses. Grady Dick the rebound. Pass it over to Barnes. Back to Dick, who takes a three. Off front iron. Harden with the ball. Gets double teamed. Pass it over to Washington Jr. Pass it to Lopez, who passes it back to Washington Jr. One-on-one isolation. Getting a screen from Neardhauser. Washington Jr. takes a three. Rattles around and misses. Dick the rebound to Barnes. Oh! Are they going to count it? The shot got taken up at the buzzer. I guess by the game cast, there was a shot that was taken at the buzzer. And I think they're going to be counting this shot at the buzzer. Right now it's sitting at an 89-78 game at the end of the third. They're going to replay to confirm. But to start the fourth quarter, this could be a 14-point game in favor of the Raptors. come the fourth quarter, and it looks like the Pacers and Pelicans game is at final 127 to 119, the final score from Gainbridge Fieldhouse, as the Pacers have found their 10th win of the season. Wow. Wow. What a turn of events here. Holy cow. We're just going to kind of break this down here real quick. 32 of 59 for the Raptors from the field. 27 of 55 from the field for the Clippers. 3-point field goal percentage in favor of the Raptors. Free throw percentage knotted up at 88%. Rebounds in favor of the Raptors. Assists in favor of the Raptors. Steals in favor of the Clippers. Blocks in favor of the Raptors. Turnovers in favor of the Raptors. Fast break points in favor of the Raptors. Points in the paint in favor of the Raptors. Fouls in favor of the Raptors. Largest lead of the night for both teams. Largest lead of the night for the Clippers was 5. For the Raptors was 14. And it looks like they did not count the shot that was at the buzzer to end the third quarter. Zubac checks back in to begin the fourth for the Clippers. Miller to Christie, who makes the 2. 80 to 89 our score in the early seconds of the fourth. Barnes tries to go up and inside, no good. Washington out to Lopez. Lopez working against Murray Boyles to Christie, who tries the dunk and gets fouled on the way down. Does not make the dunk, but is going to the line for 2. Looks like it's a big lineup for the Clippers here as they got Brook Lopez, Zubac, Christie, Miller, and Washington Jr. As the Raptors have Scotty Barnes, Murray Boyles, Lawson, Martin, and Dick. As Christie makes the first from the line. And makes the second, 82 to 89, our score right now. Barnes passes it over, who gets it back. Brings it up the floor for the Raptors. Murray, an off-ball screen to Dick, back over to Barnes. Barnes inside. Fakes a pass outside, tries to get it up inside the paint and misses. Miller bringing it up for the Clippers. Bringing it inside. Pull back. Makes it from inside the paint. Barnes bringing it up quickly to Murray Boyles. Over to Martin. Wide open inside the paint and misses. Back iron. Washington Jr. gets the screen from Zubac. Zubac out to Lopez for 3. Cashes it in. And we got a 2-point ball game. Timeout Raptors. 89-87 the score. 10-16 remaining here in the fourth quarter. And he had Scotty Barnes right next to him, Brook Lopez did, as he made that shot. 9-0 run for the Clippers to start the fourth. Quick timeout for the Raptors. Holy cow. Another score update for you guys. 1:50 left in the fourth quarter between the Cavaliers and the 76ers. 112 to 111 is the score right now. 1 point separating both those teams. Cavs are up 1. And score update from the Bulls and the Nets game, 7:30 remaining in that one. Nets up 98-87, an 11-point differential. And quite surprisingly, the Nets are up. Yeah, Nets are up 98-87 on the Bulls. Quite crazy. Quite crazy indeed. Alrighty, guys, you got any plans for this weekend? I hope you guys are going to be enjoying some long-awaited division round games. We don't really have any sponsors tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Damn, I forgot how fire those black jerseys look for the Raptors. Not the ones that they're wearing tonight, but there's a different one that actually has like a Toronto Raptor like logo on the front of their jersey, I think was what I was seeing, and oh my gosh, it looks fire. Anyhow, Scotty Barnes brings up the ball for the Toronto Raptors. Dick drives inside, passes it out to Barnes. Pass it over to Murray Boyles. Boyles to Barnes. Barnes gets double teamed. Passes it over to the other side. Lawson lost the ball. Christie to the other way. Makes the deuce. Barnes quick pass up. Murray Boyles with the board. Barnes back inside. To Lawson. Back out to Dick. Over to Martin. Passes it over to Barnes, who takes a mid-range shot and cashes in. 91-89 the score. Miller bringing it up for the Clippers. Gets a screen from Zubac. Passes it over to Washington Jr., who passes it back to Miller. Miller one-on-one against Barnes. Drives inside. Almost traveled, shot it back outside. Cashes it in, 3 points. Cam Christie with the 3. 92-91 the score. Barnes to Dick, who cashes out 3 points and makes it a 2-point lead for the Raptors. Christie bringing it up for the Clippers, working on Martin. Zubac the screen. Zubac the screen again. Pass it over to Zubac, who drives inside. Passes it out to Lopez. And they're calling an offensive foul on Lopez, I believe. And Ty Lue cannot believe it. I believe that's the head coach for the Clippers. Ty Lue. Brandon Ingram checks in for Lawson. Passes Barnes passes over to Dick, who passes over to Murray Boyles. Works it around, back out to Dick, over to Barnes. Tells Brandon Ingram to cut inside. He does, but Barnes tries to go inside. Gets fouled on his huge slam dunk, but misses on the dunk, and Brook Lopez wants his sideline to see if they want to challenge this. Very animated about the potential foul call, but I don't think it was even on Lopez. Or at least they shouldn't have called it on Lopez. Should have been on Miller. I think they called a technical foul, though, on Lopez. Brandon Ingram makes the technical foul. Scotty Barnes will shoot a couple, makes the first. And they're showing the replay of the dunk again. And maybe they're calling the hand on the arm as he's going up and down. But Scotty Barnes makes the second. And Christie brings it up for the Clippers. Passes it over to Miller. Miller working against Dick. Drives inside at the free throw line. Passes it over to Christie, who back to Miller, who shoots a three. Misses. Lopez the rebound inside. And they call a jump ball. And Lopez is very, very animated right now. As very well he should be. Because I don't really agree. I don't really agree with that. That should be a foul on Ingram. But they are calling it the way that they're calling it. A block on Shedd's layup. Grady Dick comes up with the follow. Timeout Clippers. 99-92. As the Raptors are on an 8-0 run right now. Midway through the fourth. The tip ended up being won by Shed, who tried to take it all the way. Blocked by Trae Washington Jr. And Grady Dick was there following and dunks it to make it a 7-point game. Raptors on top. Giving you score updates from around the league here. Cavaliers and 76ers are now tied at 115 apiece with 8.1 seconds left in the fourth. Nets on top, 6 points against the Chicago Bulls. 98-92 your score there with 5:32 remaining in that game in Brooklyn. Don't really have a ton of updates in terms of who's doing well on those. But as expected, really, really good game from both ends, from the 76ers and the Cavaliers, as one can expect with the way that the season has been going for both of these teams. Lot of stuff happening in this game for sure, though. As we kind of take a look at the team stats that's getting updated live. Both teams shooting an even 52%. Raptors have the slight edge in terms of a higher three-point percentage. Also a slight edge in terms of free throw percentage. They have one more rebound over the Clippers. 4 more assists than the Clippers. Clippers have them up in terms of steals. 3 more blocks in favor of the Raptors. Both Grady Dick and Jamal Shed with 15 points tonight. Grady Dick 6 of 10 from the field, 3 of 6 from the three-point land. Jamal Shed 4 of 8 from the field, 2 of 4 from the three-point land. So solid 50 percentage night from Shed. The duo of Shed and Grady Dick. But also Brandon Ingram with 15 points as well. Just kind of mentioning guys that they're mentioning on the broadcast. Jordan inside of Zubats, who tries the dunk, and Murray Boyles gets called for the shooting foul. Zubats to the line to shoot two, to shoot one because he made it. Or are they calling a goaltend? Are they calling a goaltend and foul there? I guess they're calling a goaltend and foul. That happened so fast I was not able to see what they were calling on floor. But Zubats to the line to shoot one and misses. Abaji the rebound. Shed passes it over to Shed, who brings it up for the Raptors. Pass it over to Ingram, who keeps it alive. Brings it back to the top. Tries to get a screen from Shed, does not get there. Working on Dunn and shoots the mid-range and misses. Dick pops it up and passes it over to Shed. Shed brings it inside, passes it to Murray Boyles, who travels. Turnover Raptors. Jordan Miller bringing it up for the Clippers. Tries to get a screen from Zubats, doesn't get there. Gets another screen from Zubats and actually works it. Miller inside, misses. Grady Dick the rebound. Bringing it full court. Up to Ingram with the slam. 101-94 Raptors. 6:20 and counting. As Chris Dunn brings it up for the Clippers. And they pause the game to wipe the floor, as the guy with the mop was not able to get on the floor in time during the transition. They get the inbound back in to Dunn, who passes it over to James Harden, who gets the screen from Dunn. Back over to Dunn for three and cashes in. 97-101 the score. 6:04 and counting. Shed with the ball, passes over to Murray Boyles. Passes it to Ingram, who gets the screen from Murray Boyles, sort of. Back over to Murray Boyles, who passes it over to Shed. Shed inside of Murray Boyles, who dunks it in for two. And an errant pass goes out of bounds. They're saying it's last touch by the Raptors. And what a feed by Shed down to Murray Boyles, as Murray Boyles goes up high and down hard. Can make a case for both guys touching the ball. I think they're going to take a look at this. Raptors are calling a timeout to challenge the ruling, it looks like. 97-103, 5:35 left in the fourth. Do we have a name of the Do we have the names of the referees working this game? Aha! We got Tony Brothers, Jason Goldenberg, and Derek Collins working this game tonight as the referees. I believe it was Zubats and either Barnes or Shed that were fighting for the rebound. Or, excuse me, not for the rebound, but from the pass. And that's what they're taking a look at, is who it was last touched by. And it looks like by the reaction of the call, they are overturning the call. Raptors are retaining their timeout. Raptors ball, saying it was last touched by Ivica Zubac from the pass from James Harden. Shed and Zubac were fighting from an errant pass from James Harden. As Shed brings the ball up the floor. And an off-ball foul call on Chris Dunn. They officially are ruling it as a James Harden bad pass turnover. As Barnes passes it over to Ingram, drives inside against Dunn and Zubac, who cashes in the mid-range. 105-97. The score, 5:15 and counting. Miller passes it to Harden. Harden gets the screen from Zubac, passes over to Zubac to Dunn in the corner. Misses off front iron. Zubac back out to Harden, who drives inside on Abaji. Misses. Zubac gets the loose ball, tries to go up and gets fouled. Abaji is going to pick it up. His third. A lot of loose balls and movement from both these from all 10 players on the floor. As it looks like for the Clippers, all except for Batum, in terms of the starters, are all in double figures. Same with the Raptors except for Murray Boyles, who has 9 points. He's one shot away as 54 takes a wide open look from 3 and misses. Harden brings it up for the Clippers. Gets a screen from Zubac, who brings it home. 105-101 the score. As Barnes brings it up for the Raptors here. 4:20 and counting here in the fourth. 4-point game. Barnes trying to working against, I believe that was Miller, who lost the handle, down to Zubac the other way, who misses. Brandon Ingram gets the board. Brings it up for the Raptors. Gets a screen from Shed, who passes it inside down to Barnes. Passes it on the other side to Abaji. And there's a foul from Zubac, probably. As I believe they're saying Ingram got a rebound. Nice feed to Abaji down low, but that's Barnes that got the offensive rebound there. Abaji makes the first free throw, making it 106-101, 3:54 left here in the fourth in Toronto. Final score from Philadelphia. The Cavs take the win. 117-115 your final in Philly. As Abaji makes the second. Harden passes it over to Dunn. And Harden is going to get called for a moving screen. As I think it was Shed who hit the deck. Harden kind of gave him the shoulder there. As Shed passes over to Ingram. Back to Shed inside of Murray Boyles, who makes the deuce. And one. Zubats is going to get called for the foul. That is going to be his third. 7-point game. Or 8-point game now. 3:34 remaining here in the fourth. Murray misses the free throw. Harden hits the deck. I believe it's Clippers ball. Still 3:34 left. Miller passes it in to Harden, who's going to be working one-on-one against Barnes. Gets the screen from Sanders. Harden drives in and picks up the deuce. Barnes passes it into Shed, who brings it up court. Timeout, Raptors. 3:17 left in the fourth. 109-103 the score. As the Clippers are outscoring the Raptors in this quarter, but not on the scoreboard, as it is an 8-point game in Toronto. Going to give you an update from around the league as well. Nets up 1 point with 5.4 seconds left in the fourth in Brooklyn against Chicago. And it looks like the Rockets and the Timberwolves have tipped off. 8:23 left in the first. That score is 10-4 in favor of the Timberwolves in Houston. That is as I was saying it anyway. It literally changed as I was finishing up the score count. We're back in this game. 3:17 left. 109-103. Raptors with the ball. They got 19 seconds on the shot clock here. Barnes passes it into Murray Boyles, who passes it over to Ingram, trying to get a screen from Murray Boyles. Kind of gets it. Ingram inside, puts up a mid-range, misses. Jordan Miller the rebound, who passes it over to Harden and brings it up the floor, working on Abaji. Drives inside and gets the deuce. 105-109 the score. Shed bringing it up for the Raptors. 2:40 and counting. Barnes with the screen. Shed over to Ingram, who gets it tipped out of bounds off the hands of Dunn. Raptors maintain possession with 9 on the shot clock. Harden just took it to the cup. As Barnes passes it into Murray Boyles, who passes it to Ingram, over to Shed on the wing for 3. Misses. Murray Boyles the rebound. Out to Abaji, to Ingram, to Shed, back to Ingram. 7 on the shot clock. Ingram working against Dunn. Gets it tipped away. Dunn with the steal over to Harden. Harden working on Shed. Passes it cross court to Miller, who passes it over to Dunn, back over to Harden. 10 on the shot clock. Harden drives inside with the floater, gets it rejected by Murray Boyles. Both Boyles and Harden are on the deck. Harden is slow to get up. And I think they might be calling this a goaltend. Just by first glance at the replay, it looks like that ball is going down when Boyles tries to swat it away. I think that's what they called on the floor as well. Great move, great floater. Great energy and vertical from Boyles to try to get it away from the rim. Both guys hit the deck. It'll be Raptors ball. But 107-109 is our score. 153 left here in the fourth. They just confirmed it with the monitor. Barnes passes it into Shed, who brings it up for the Raptors. 2-point game, 115 counting. Pass it over to Ingram, who passes it to Boyles. Pass it over to Barnes. Barnes drives inside at the elbow. Down to Boyles inside, who gets it blocked away. Ends up getting called for the travel. Clippers ball. Dunn to inbound. Passes it over to Harden, who's going to let it roll. 138 and counting. 2-point game here in Toronto. Harden at the top. Isolation against Abaji, who almost slips. Harden inside at the elbow. And gets called for the foul on the shot. Does not make it. He'll be getting 2 free throws. 1:24 remaining here in the fourth. As they're looking at the court IQ and looking at the trajectory of where the ball was going to be floating from that floater from James Harden. And it supports that call on the floor as James Harden makes the first of 2 from the line here, making a 1-point game. Makes the second. And we are at a tie ball game. 1:24 left here in the fourth. Clippers in the bonus. Shed to bring it up. Pass it over to Ingram. Gets the screen from Boyles. Gets inside, passes it over to, I believe that's Abaji, who missed. Harden with the ball for the Clippers. And an offensive foul on Chris Dunn. A moving screen on Barnes as he is on the floor in pain. Referee telling him he was not set as Barnes gets the forearm shiver right underneath the rib cage. And the Clippers are challenging the ruling on the court here. I think it is not going to go in the Clippers' favor here. 102 left here in the fourth. 109-109 our score. I think it's a great screen if he just keeps his feet set. But because he's moving the whole way through, I think this call is going to stand on the floor. I'm not sure they're looking at how wide his stance is. I don't think that makes a difference here. It's just a fact of the movement on that screen. They're pulling the monitor away. They have made the decision of the call here, it looks like. Also, while we're here, final score in Brooklyn. The Brooklyn Nets take the win, over the Chicago Bulls. 112-109 the final score in Brooklyn. Long, lengthy discussion here at the mic. And it looks like the call is going to stand on the floor. As the moving screen offensive foul is going to stand. Scotty Barnes is going to inbound for the Raptors here. Still 102 to go here. Tied at 109. James Harden defending the inbound. Barnes passes it over to Shed. Shed brings it up the floor. Inside of a minute. Passes it over to Ingram. Ingram gets the screen from Barnes. They switch the defense. Back over to Barnes. Barnes gets double teamed. To Shed. To Abaji for three. Misses. Rebound done. Passes it to Harden. Harden gets double teamed. Passes over to Sanders. Passed it to Dunn, who passed it back to Harden. Harden drives inside to Zubac. Zubac out to Harden for three. No good! Shot clock off. 21 and a half remaining. They don't know on the floor who touched it last. So on the floor, it is a jump ball. Harden, three missed. I want to say that's clearly last touch by... Oh, they can't go to the replay monitor for that. That's crazy. Okay, 21.1 left. 109, 109. Zubac and Barnes to jump. Clippers win that jump. Shot clock off. Dunn bringing it up. Dunn to Harden. Harden working ISO against Shed. Harden with the step back and misses. And we are going to overtime in Toronto. 109-109 at the end of four. The 11-0 run in the third. And a 31-20 point difference in the fourth keeps this game alive to head into overtime in Toronto. Oh my goodness. Holy cow. James Harden, the top scorer tonight with 23 points, 8 of 22 from the field, 2 of 12 from behind the arc, 5 of 6 from the free throw line. One heck of a night from James Harden as he's notched himself up a double-double. Same with the Vitsa Zubac. Zubac has 16 points and 11 boards. Trying to look at the box score here for other key contributors here. All the starters for the Raptors in double figures. Mamukele Shavili, number 54, has 13 points tonight. Grady Dick coming off the bench with 15. Big differences in plus and minuses from both sides of the ball here. Holy cow. I was not expecting this to go into overtime. Wow. Wow. Holy cow, let me get my voice a second. Oh my gosh. That was a 5-minute overtime period? That's crazy. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. To the to overtime we go as Harden wins the jump. The Clippers win the jump. Done over to Harden. Harden on the right wing. Working against Scotty Barnes and Brandon Ingram. Thought there was definitely a moving screen there from number 4. Harden goes up, misses the layup, gets the foul. He'll be shooting a pair. Brandon Ingram gets called for the foul. I will say as soon as this game gets finished, we will be turning over to the Wizards and the Kings. Should be tipping off momentarily over there. As Harden makes the first of a pair. 4:36 left in the fourth. In the overtime. And makes the second, making it a 111-109 game in Toronto. 4:30 and counting. Shed with the drive, out to Abaji for 3. No good. Zubats the rebound. Harden bringing it up for the Clippers. 4 minutes. Harden working on Ingram. The mid-range from Harden is no good. But they're going to call the foul on Ingram again. That is going to be his second. 4:08 left in OT. What a game this has been as Harden makes his first from the line. Dick in 54 checking in for the Raptors, sending Murray Boyles and Abaji to the bench as they get a standing ovation for the crowd in Toronto. And the way that Murray Boyles is walking, it looks like he might be hurt. But I could be wrong. As Harden makes the second. 113-109. The score right now. Shed letting it roll a little bit. Brings it up to the end of the court. Scotty Barnes and Grady Dick moving down low. Shed moves it over to Barnes. Barnes working ISO. Passes it over to Shed. Floater from the mid-range, no good. Rebound Barnes out to Ingram for 3. Too strong. And out of bounds. Clippers ball. 3:43 to go here in overtime. James Harden bringing it up for the Clippers. Harden for 3. No good. Rebound Grady. Grady passes it to Barnes. Barnes goes inside. Where he gets Sanders. Wrap around 2 is good. He worked down low in the paint. Did a spin around jumper. He missed the and one. Zubats the rebound. James Harden coming up with the ball for the Clippers. 3:14 and counting here in overtime. Harden over to Zubats over for 3 points. Is Jordan Miller. 5-point game. 116-111. Clippers. Barnes. Mid-range is good. Clock running. Dunn brings it up for the Clippers. Grady Dick on him. Dunn to Harden. Harden working on Barnes. 10 on the shot clock. Harden working on 54. Mid-range jumper is good! 2-12 and counting. 5-point game. Shed to Barnes. Barnes working in the mid-range against Harden. Barnes inside, gets fouled. He'll be shooting a pair. 1:59 remaining in Toronto. James Harden had a nice step back mid-range on that one. And Barnes working against him. Tries to go with the old James Harden. Does not cash in. 54 will go back to the bench. Murray Boyles checks in. And Murray Boyles makes the second, making it a 3-point game. Under 2 minutes here in overtime. Harden working on Barnes. Harden loses the handle. Gets double teamed. Timeout Clippers. 1:50 to go. 15 on the shot clock. Harden trying to teach up the young Bucks Sanders as they head to a timeout in Toronto. 3-point game, 1:50 left in overtime. Oh my goodness. I need to give my voice a break or something. Holy cow. Hoo-wee. Holy cow. Top scorer tonight, you guessed it. So far, it's James Harden with 29 points, 10 assists as he's notched up a double-double. Zubac has a double-double of his own. Still has 16 points, 13 boards. Harden, 9 of 24 from the field. 9 of 10 from the charity stripe. Not a great night from behind the arc for James Harden, but he has found other ways to score. And the mid-range has just been his cash money tonight. Scotty Barnes right now the top scorer for the Raptors with 22. As we get back, coming out of the timeout, it looks like Dunn's going to pass the ball in for the Clippers. Passes it over to James Harden. 10 seconds on the shot clock. Barnes working on him. Shots up from 3. Misses. Zubac and Murray Boyles fighting for the rebound. Last touch Zubac is what they're ruling on court. Grady Dick inbounds. 1:35 to go. Shed to Barnes. Barnes with the 3-point shot. No good. Zubac the rebound. And gets the deuce. 54.9. 1-point game. James Harden bringing it up for the Clippers. Loses the handle for a second. Gets it back. James Harden ISO against Barnes. Brings it into the mid-range. Into the paint. Shot is up and good. 1:21:17. 38 seconds. Barnes against Harden. Over to Boyles. Back out to Shed. Shed to Ingram for 3. No good off front iron. Dunn with the rebound and gets fouled. 22.2 seconds left. Shot clock is off. (1:21:17) the score. It looks like Jordan Miller is going to pass the ball in. Abaji's coming back in. Sending Grady Dick to the bench. Miller just gets the ball in. Double team. Throws an errant pass. It's going to be out of bounds. 14.3 seconds. Clippers still with the ball, it looks like. They double team Sanders, who throws an errant pass over to Zubats. But it gets out of bounds. James Harden now has the ball. Pass it up across court. And unless they foul, that's going to do it. They foul there. 7 seconds left. I think Ingram is going to pick up the foul there. It's going to be his third. Sanders at the line to shoot a pair. He missed the first. And it looks like the Kings and Wizards game, that one is underway right now. 7-6 the score right now with 1:21 to go in the first. We'll get to that one after I get like a quick 5-minute break after this, because oh my goodness, my voice is starting to get shot. Makes the second. Timeout Raptors. 7 seconds left. I think that is going to do it. Holy cow. That is crazy. Like, the Raptors were in control of this game for 3 quarters. And then it was all Clippers in the fourth to get them back in this game. Oh my gosh. What a turn of events one quarter can make. And this is probably going to do it. As the Clippers are potentially going to look for their 6th win in a row. Scotty Barnes to inbound, pass it over to Shed. Shed needs to get a quick shot off, takes the shot, misses, and that is going to do it. Clippers with the ball, 121-117, 2.4 seconds left in the fourth. Pass it into Harden. Final score, 121-117. Clippers get their 6th straight win. What a game. Holy cow. Before we switch over to the Wizards and Kings, give me 30 seconds to a minute. I'm going to grab some more water real quick. But while I do that, I'm going to cut that out real quick. And I'm going to have you guys keep tabs on this real quick. I am going to step away from the mic and the camera real quick. Because that is insane. That was an insane finish in Toronto, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. But yeah, give me like 30 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to be right back. Holy cow, my voice is... I'm not going to say shot yet, but it's probably going to get shot at the end of this game. The next game here. So yeah, I'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. Appreciate the follows over on Kick. You guys are awesome. I'll be right back. Holy cow, I'm overheating. Turn that off, that's why. Why the heck am I overheating? All right. Holy cow. All right, I'm back, ladies and gentlemen. Holy crap. What a finish in Toronto. Oh my gosh. Holy cow. Hey, for those of you that are on X, is the chat working? Just out of curiosity. Because I see that there's a lot of people in here, but I don't know if the chat is working or not. Also, we got a tight game to start out in Sacramento. Carrington brings up the ball for the Wizards. Passes it inside to Champagne. There's a turnaround shot from Sarr, who makes the bucket. As it is a 20-18 point game in Sacramento. Reynald gets fouled on the shot inside. He'll be going to the line to shoot a pair for the Kings as he gets fouled. Wizards coming into this game, 10 wins, 29 losses. Sacramento Kings coming into this game, 11 wins, 30 losses to this point of the season. As Renaud misses the first shot at the line. Domantas Sabonis looking to come in. As Renaud misses the second. Carrington brought the ball down the floor. Give me Sarr with another turnaround 17-foot jumper. Starting out the game 3 for 3, 7 points for Sarr. As DeMar DeRozan works on Champagne, misses. Renaud gets the putback. 22-20 the score. Johnson for 3, misses off back iron, or off the backboard, excuse me. Hits the top of the backboard. Domantas Sabonis checks in. Sending Renaud to the bench, along with DeMar DeRozan. Apparently, he's getting a standing ovation because this is his first game back this season with the Kings. Westbrook for 3, no good. Levine tried to drive in. Took the layup up. Blocked. But I think they're going to get a goaltend on Sarr. Original call on the floor is a goaltend. And Sarr wants them to look at it. But I think it's hard to tell. The referees are going to look at this. According to NBA Replay Center, goaltending or basket interference. Coaches challenge the goaltending or... Oh, shit. It went away. Excuse my vernacular. Update from scores around the league. Timberwolves and Rockets are the only other game remaining right now. Timberwolves up in that game 45-34 in the second quarter with 6:51 left in that game. Wolves up 9. Got Champagne, Sarr, Carrington, and Johnson right now. And Riley on the floor for the Wizards. And for the Kings, they got Achua, Westbrook, Levine, Sabonis, and Clifford on the floor. It was Sabonis and Clifford that just got substituted in on that last play, if you will. 22-20 is our score right now with 4:44 left in the first. Solid outing so far from the field for both teams as they're both hitting at a very high clip. And it looks like they're going to call this a clean block from Sarr. Wizards are going to retain their timeout. It looks like they still have 6 left. And I think the way that moves is just a little bit deceiving, just because when you're looking at the replay here, the ball is released from his hand, Levine's hand that is, and Sarr, the way that he tips it away from his hand, it goes off the backboard, which I think is why they had originally called it on the floor as goaltending, because they thought that he had hit it after the ball had already hit the backboard. But because it was such a bang-bang play, they called it on the floor, they looked at it, they overturned it. Sabonis makes his first 2 points of the game as the score is now 24-22. Wizards made the bucket on the other end. Sarr at the point, drives on Sabonis, fades away, hits front iron. Sabonis the rebound. Sabonis to Achua, who slams it down. (22-26), our score. Sarr with the ball. Sarr to Johnson. Johnson right at the free throw line. Shot is no good. Westbrook the rebound. Bringing it up for the Kings. Westbrook inside to Achua. Double teamed. Passed outside. Over to Westbrook at top. Deep three is good for Westbrook. Good look for Westbrook from 24 feet out. Timeout, Wizards. Westbrook feeling himself after a very deep three-pointer gets made. 3:03 left here in the first. Kings jumping out to a very early lead. Oh my goodness. Holy cow. We go from a game that goes into overtime with the Clippers and the Raptors. 121-117 the final score, to a game that is starting out with a banger in favor of the Kings here. 7-point lead for the home team. And oh my goodness. What is there not to love about what is happening tonight from the NBA? Holy cow. Oh my gosh. Once again, really appreciate every single one of you guys that are tuning in to the live stream from wherever you may be watching from. If you guys like the content that I'm bringing you guys right now, don't hesitate to head down into the comment section, hit that like button, hit the follow or subscribe button as well. And if you really like what I'm doing and want to get more people involved, don't hesitate to share this. Share this with anybody and everybody that you know. Spread the word. Let them know that this is a thing. Also, is my feed behind? My feed must be like very, very far behind. Or something, because holy cow. Oh, we dropped frames. Holy cow. That was not expected. What the heck? Are we still? We're still live, right? Oh my gosh. Getting back into Sacramento. Sabonis at the line. Makes his shot. 33-22. Wizards have the ball. 35-5. Watkins inside. Goes up. Gets fouled. Watkins will be shooting a pair, it looks like. You're inside the circle. I'm going to call that every time. Unfortunately. Watkins misses the first. Once again, really appreciate all of you guys for tuning in. Hope you guys are enjoying what is being brought out. Watkins misses both free throws. Kings the rebound. Schroeder bringing it up for the Kings. As it looks like Schroeder, Monk, Clifford, Cardwell all in the game for the Kings. Schroeder got the ball back and got fouled. Or they called a technical foul, it looks like. As Monk... No, they called Bagley for a defensive 3-second foul. Malik Monk makes the technical foul. Schroeder to inbound for the Kings. 1:56 to go here in the first. Monk to Sabonis. Sabonis outside. Fakes the three. Drives inside. Gets fouled. Clifford's going to the line for two. There's a great pass outside by Sabonis. A great fake as he catches the guy jumping in midair. Drives inside. Gets the foul. He'll make the first. As right now is a 13-point deficit. Or excuse me, a 13-point lead for the Kings so far this season. Clifford's had averages 18.6 points a game. Misses the second. Wizards have the ball on the other side of the floor. Johnson to Riley. Riley drives inside, loses the handle. Out of bounds, Kings ball. Schroeder to inbound. Schroeder to Clifford, back to Schroeder. Schroeder drives inside, lobs it up, jammed down by Cardwell. 37-22, timeout, Wizards. 1:18 left in the first. As the Kings have just roared into a 15-point lead. 37-22. And the crowd is loving it in Sacramento. Holy cow. What a string of events for the Kings. My goodness. I wonder if there's like a little bit of a delay. Holy cow. my gosh. Three timeouts already had to have been burned by the Wizards. And it's not even the end of the first quarter. Wizards bring the ball up past half court. Johnson with the ball. Working against a 2-3 zone from the Kings. Johnson for three. Misses. Sabonis the rebound. Sabonis brings it up. Passes it over. Three got missed. I believe that was Clifford that took the shot. No, that was not Clifford. Clifford just took that three-point shot, though, and missed. Rebound Wizards. That was Riley for three. He missed. Rebound Schroeder. Schroeder going coast to coast. Gets fouled. He'll be shooting a pair as he missed the layup. Got fouled on the going up on that shot. Schroeder this season so far looks like he's averaging 13 points a game, 3 boards, and a field goal percentage right over 40% as he makes the first of his 2 free throws at the line. Johnson checks in. Or T. Johnson, excuse me. They got A.J. Johnson and T. Johnson for the Wizards now in. As Schroeder makes the second. George passes the ball in for the Wizards. Gets the ball back from A.J. Johnson. A 2-3 zone. 17-0 run for the Kings to start out. George misses the three. Lobbed up for Cardwell. Cardwell makes another dunk. 1 second left. Shot at the buzzer. No good. 41-22. Your score after one. Sacramento jumping out to a big lead against the Wizards. Kings are rolling at the end of one. And it looks like the score going into halftime between the Rockets and the Timberwolves is going to be a 55-53 score. Timberwolves on top by 2 heading into the halftime break in Houston. For those of you just starting and checking in to this stream, welcome. Really appreciate all of you guys popping in. If you guys like what's going on wherever you may be watching, don't hesitate to head down over to the comment section. Hit me up, say hello, but also hit that follow button, like and subscribe on the stream wherever you're at. And if you really like what's happening, don't hesitate to share this with people that you may know. Final scores from around the league from earlier tonight. Pacers beat the Pelicans 127-119. Cavs beat the 76ers 117-115. Nets beat the Bulls 112-109. And our earlier game, Clippers win a thriller in overtime against the Raptors 121-117, the final in Toronto. Sorry if you guys are getting a little bit of a I think you guys might be getting a little bit of a delay here because I'm looking at my other stuff, and it's not up to live. I know that for a fact. I mean, we have been going on for almost 4 hours now. But yeah, once again, really appreciate all of you guys for tuning in as we start the second quarter here. Ball gets past to Carrington on the other side for the Wizards. Kings still in a 2-3 zone, it looks like. Ball got passed inside. Foul on the shot. Bagley goes up, and he's going to be going to the line to shoot a pair. And I believe the foul is going to be on Cardwell. Yes, foul is going to be on Cardwell. As Bagley tries to go up strong. Makes the first. Here in the early goings of the second quarter here. Bagley's averaging 10 points a game, 5 rebounds a game, and just a little over 62% from field goal percentage. Misses the second. Sabonis the rebound, passes it over to Schroeder. Schroeder bringing it up. Schroeder passes it inside. Sabonis. No, that's Malik Monk with the dunk. 23-43. Got passed outside over to Watkins. Missed the three-point shot from the corner. Malik Monk drives inside. Throws the ball away. Watkins from the corner drives over, passes it over to the other side, gets fouled, I believe. Or he's getting called for an offensive foul. I believe that's what's the call on the floor. Monk passes it into Schroeder. Schroeder bringing it up for the Kings. 10-15 counting. Here in the second, Schroeder drives inside, gives the ball away. Watkins back the other way. No good on the layup. Monk driving it back, 5-on-4. Malik Monk throws it away. Bagley back the other way, goes up and gets fouled. I believe that's Clifford who's going to get dinged for the foul here. That was just not a good sequence by either team there in terms of offensive control. Defensively, it was good. They were forcing turnovers and whatnot. DeMar DeRozan checks back into the game, sending Sabonis to the bench to give him some rest. Clifford also taking a seat as well as Raynaud heads to the bench or enters the game. Schroeder brings it up after the miss from Bagley. Passes it over to Cardwell over to DeMar DeRozan, who drives inside, gets the deuce. 45-24 the score. I think that's T. Johnson for three and buries it. 27-45. Schroeder bringing up the ball for the Kings here. I don't really know a ton of names on the Wizards, to be honest with you. Schroeder down to loose ball being fought for. Last touch Wizards, it looks like. Kings ball. 14 left on the shot clock. Caldwell and Bagley and Watkins all fighting for it. Well, that's off his foot, I think. That might be off his foot. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong side. I'm looking at the wrong side of the floor. Is it? Oh, no. It is King's ball. Yeah, I'm dumb. It's right here. Malik Monk for 3, misses. Bagley the rebound. Branham bringing the ball down. Pass it over to Bagley, back to Branham. Branham takes the 3, misses. Bagley inside, gets the deuce. Reynaud passes it into Schroeder. Schroeder bringing it up for the Kings. 9 minutes left in the first. Achua passes it back out to Schroeder. Schroeder drives inside, takes a mid-range floater, no good. Branham takes it coast to coast and lays it in. Timeout Kings. (31:45) the score with 8:42 left in the second quarter in Sacramento. You know what's actually crazy? I do want to take a look at this because I want to see what the game flow was. Holy cow. Like, yeah, I wasn't wrong. So it was basically all Raptors for like 3/4 of the game. That's crazy. That's crazy. I didn't even realize that was that close. Oh my gosh. Holy cow. I'm just baffled, honestly. So to kind of catch you guys up on who the starters were to start the night, Justin Champagne, Keyshawn George, Alex Sarr, Bub Carrington, and Trae Johnson, starters for the Washington Wizards. You got Precious Achua, Maxime Reynaud, Russell Westbrook, DeMar DeRozan, and Zach LaVine, the starters for the Sacramento Kings. I think that was a good standing ovation that the Kings crowd had for Domantas Sabonis. I think he'd been dealing with an injury of some sort that has been sidelining him for a good chunk of this season. I don't remember exactly what the injury was, if I'm going to be honest with you. I think I've covered it at one point. But anyhow, DeMar DeRozan's last 5 games, 27 points, 32 points, 22 points, 24 points, 21 points. Solid looks from both the field and the free throw line. Last 5 was from the Knicks through the Mavericks. Oh my gosh. Holy cow. Dang, ladies and gentlemen, I think I might lose my voice here. But anyhow, back to the action here. Westbrook brings the ball up for the Kings. Westbrook drives inside. Down to the block, passes over to Raynaud. Raynaud over to Achua. Achua gets the loose ball. Gets the deuce. 47-31 your score. 8-18 and counting here in the second. Bagley gets the pass from Carrington. Bagley tries to get up. Misses the layup. Foul. He'll be going to the line to shoot 2. I believe it's Achua. No, it's DeMar DeRozan that's going to pick up the foul. Bagley to shoot 2. I believe this is his second trip to the line here. Makes the first. Or maybe this is his third trip to the line. Makes the second. Goes 2 of 2 from the line. Wow. Trae Young got traded and he's out with a sprained MCL. Oh no, I was covering this earlier. Westbrook cashes in the Trae. Assisted from DeMar DeRozan. Trae Johnson passes over to Branham, drives inside, misses the layup, out of bounds, Kings ball. Levine to bring in the ball. DeMar DeRozan brings the ball up. Blocking foul. Watkins. Trae Johnson goes to the bench. Riley enters the game. Ooh. A lot of movement. Westbrook. Big pass. Pass it over to Raynaud. Raynaud doesn't make it. I think that's going to be a possible shot clock violation. Did not get the shot off in time. Never mind, it's a traveling turnover. I didn't see the signal, so I kind of used the game cast to help me out. Sorry. Branham tries to go up, misses. DeMar DeRozan bringing the ball up for the Kings, drives inside. Working up against Branham, passes the ball, and out of bounds, Wizards ball. Tried to get it to Levine over in the corner, just missed his fingertips. 6:37 and counting. Bagley passes it over to Riley, who shoots a three-pointer and buries it. 36-50 score. Westbrook bringing it up. Westbrook drives inside, misses the layup. Rebound. Carrington to Branham. Pass it inside, back outside of Branham, who catches in the 3. Carrington assists. Westbrook bringing it up for the Kings. 39-50 the score, 11-point game. Westbrook drives inside, pass over to Raynaud. Achua gets the putback. 52-39. Ball passed inside. Watkins tries to get up, misses the layup. He'll be shooting 2. Foul on DeRozan. Watkins to shoot a pair. How did they call that on Levine? Oh, maybe I wasn't looking at that right. Okay, I'm dumb. Sarr enters the game for Branham. Keyshawn George enters the game for Bagley. Watkins, the rookie, 43rd pick in the last draft, makes the second. Sabonis passes it into Westbrook, brings it up the floor. Westbrook back to Sabonis. Sabonis, DeRozan, loses the handle. Back cross court, Watkins all the way to the cup all alone. Slams in the dunk. Timeout. Kings. We are within 10 points. 52-43, 5:21 left in the second quarter. Kings up. But momentum has gone over to the Wizards in that last little bit. Update from around the league. Timberwolves up 57-56 on the Rockets. 11:04 remaining in the third in Houston. What a crazy turn of events. Once again, really appreciate those of you guys tuning in. If you haven't already, don't hesitate to head down and hit that like button. Or if you're on YouTube, hit that subscribe button. Wherever you may be, however you may be watching, really appreciate every single one of you guys for tuning in. You guys are awesome. We're roughly about 3.5 hours in on covering 2 games. By the way, this has been our second game of a 2-off television doubleheader. If you guys are wondering where I'm watching this from, I'm watching this from the NBA.com League Pass. So if you guys are wanting to follow along with what I'm looking at and what I'm trying to commentate from, head on over to that. The link is also in the description. So head on over there. NBA.com, your one-stop shop for updates and stats are across the entire league, along with ESPN, which I'm getting the Gamecast play-by-play from as well. Also, your one-stop shop for updates and stats from across the league. As Sabonis passes the ball into Russell Westbrook, brings it up across the floor for the Kings, drives inside. Sabonis falls on the floor. Zach LaVine takes a three-pointer, no good. Achua running for the rebound. Passes it over to DeRozan, who drives inside. Back outside for LaVine for 3. No good. Rebound Wizards down floor. Misses the pass on the alley-oop. Kings ball. DeMar DeRozan passes it into Westbrook, who gives it back to DeRozan, who brings it up for the Kings. DeRozan gets the screen from LaVine. Achua drives inside, gets fouled on the shot. He'll be shooting a pair at the line. 4:34 remaining in the second. What a crazy game so far. Achua misses the first off front iron. Takes a second free throw, makes it. 10-point game. Kings up 53-43. Champagne had the ball at top of the key. Drove inside, passed to Sarr. Sarr up. And good. Foul on Westbrook. Sarr to the line to shoot the and one. Makes it a 7-point game. Westbrook bringing the ball up for the Kings. Drives inside. Sabonis wide open at the free throw line. Makes it for 2. Pass cross court. Riley for 3 is good. Zach LaVine drives inside. A lot of movement at the rim, but I think they're going to call that a miss on the layup. Keyshawn George picks up the foul. LaVine to the line to shoot a pair. Rattles in and out, misses the first. 6-point game still. George picks up his third, so he's going to have to take a seat with 3:57 left to go here in the second quarter. LaVine makes the second, making it a 7-point game. Kimmer was on the bench for a little bit. Sarr makes the 2, working on Domantas Sabonis. Zach LaVine bringing it up for the Kings. LaVine to DeRozan. DeRozan working one-on-one against Carrington and makes the deuce. 7-point game still. Delay of game violation on the Kings, which was the holdup for a second there. Sarr gets the nice feed and drops in a dunk. 5-point game. Westbrook with the ball. Isolation. Works around, gets the foul, misses the shot. He'll be shooting a pair. Riley picks up the foul. That's going to be his third. Westbrook at the line to shoot 2. Westbrook tonight, 9 points so far, 3 assists, 3 of 6 from the field, makes the first. Make it 10 points now for Westbrook. .305 left to go here in the second quarter. Makes the second. Watkins in the game for Riley. Johnson misses the 3. Rebounds Sarr. Sarr goes up. Makes the deuce. Westbrook bringing it up for the Kings. Westbrook driving inside. At the free throw line, passes it back out. Clifford drives inside, misses the layup. Going the other way, Watkins almost loses the handle, passes it back out top. Champagne drives inside. Watkins with the assist. 3-point game, 2:20 to go. Timeout, Kings. 57-60 the score. 3 points separating the two teams. Oh my goodness. Holy cow. Ooh. Little update from scores around the league here. Midway through the third quarter in Houston. Scores 66-65. 1 point separating both teams there. Timberwolves on top. And they lead by 1 in Houston. I'm going to give you guys kind of a team breakdown here. Field goal percentage pretty even. Slight edge to the Kings. 3-point percentage even. Free throw percentage even. Rebounds in favor of the Kings. Assists in favor of the Kings, steals in favor of the Wizards, blocks in favor of the Wizards, turnovers in favor of the Kings, fast break points even, points in the paint in favor of the Kings, fouls in favor of the Wizards. Largest lead of the night was by the Kings, 21 points. As a 3 gets made, Dennis Schroeder, Clifford assists. Pass inside. Missed the layup. Clifford bringing the ball up. Loses the handle. Stolen away. Johnson trying to go coast to coast. Champagne with the putback. Clifford cashes in 3. From the corner. Carrington gets the ball back. Pass it to Sarr. Sarr drives inside. Misses from inside. Kings with the rebound. Schroeder loses the handle. Passed out. Clifford to Malik Monk, who drives inside. Lobs it up. Travel is the call. Wizards ball. Back to a 7-point game. Under a minute to play. Wizards with the ball to close out the half. And I don't know, was that Sarr again who drove inside and made that layup? That's crazy. 11 points this quarter for Sarr. Dennis Schroeder with the ball for the Kings. A lot of movement down low. DeMar DeRozan with the ball. Working on Johnson. Back over to Schroeder. Schroeder drives inside. Floater is up. No good. Foul, though. On, I believe it's Watkins that's going to pick up the foul here. His third. Schroeder at the line to shoot 2. Oh, never mind. It's Carrington with a foul. His third. 17 seconds left in the first half. Still a 5-point game as Schroeder misses the first. Achua back in the game, sending DeRozan to this to take a seat. Schroeder makes the second. 6-point game, 17 seconds left. Shot clock is off. I believe that's Watkins bringing the ball up for the Wizards. To Sarr. Sarr drives inside, passes it out. There's Watkins who missed the three-pointer. And that's going to end the half. 61-67. Kings up by 6 at the halftime break. And I'm going to take a minute as well. Holy cow. That was a lot. Oh my gosh. I'm going to take a minute so I can catch my breath real quick. I'm going to be right back. Once again, really appreciate all of you guys for tuning in. Give me a couple minutes. I'm going to need to step away for just a second. Let me catch my breath real quick. I'll be right back. Alrighty, thank you so much for tuning in. Welcome back. Really appreciate all of you guys for tuning in wherever you may be, however you may be watching. You guys are awesome. Appreciate Arj Lee for being the first commenter over on YouTube. Kyler Gamer or Kyler Gaming 42 with a recent follow over on Kick. Really appreciate all you guys for tuning in. Just looking at some of the matches the matchups for tomorrow and heading into the weekend, we got a bunch of divisional playoff games tomorrow and Sunday. I probably won't be covering them live because I think one of them is going to be during something I already have an obligation for. But tuning in to the rest of this week, or the rest of this weekend, I'm definitely going to be covering both of the divisional games on Sunday. You got the Patriots hosting the Texans in the early window. And then Sunday night, you got the Bears hosting the Rams. We'll probably have some NBA games for you guys tomorrow as well. Earlier window that we had earlier tonight, the Clippers did not seem to have the upper hand until the fourth quarter. And in the fourth quarter, the Clippers went rolling against the Raptors and brought the game back to end up being a tie game at the end of 4. Heading into MLK weekend, Clippers end up notching the win in overtime in Toronto, 121-117, the final in Toronto. Right now, score update for the Rockets in Houston. Rockets are down to 74-72, 4:01 remaining in the third. Pacers notched their 10th win earlier tonight, 127-119, the final against the Pelicans in Gainbridge Fieldhouse. 76ers lose a close one against the Cavaliers, 117-115, the final in Philly. Brooklyn Nets 112-109, the final in Brooklyn, as the Nets hold off a 3-point win against the Bulls at home. Unexpectedly great games so far from our doubleheader tonight. James Harden, the leading scorer that led the comeback for the Clippers in the Toronto Raptors Clippers game earlier tonight. If you weren't here to watch it, I'm sure you can tune back in from earlier tonight. It was one to remember for sure. Back and forth in the fourth quarter as the Clippers came back. Just a huge momentum shift, as in my personal opinion, I originally thought that the Raptors had this game kind of in the bag, but there's a reason why there's 4 quarters. There's a reason why there's 12 minutes every single quarter in the NBA. You never sleep on the end result, because my goodness, was the end result kind of crazy. I think my voice might be dead after this, but we'll see. Hopefully my voice will still be good enough for tomorrow, right? Going crazy. All right, second half about to go underway here in Sacramento. 67-61 the score heading into the third quarter. As we take a look at the team stat comparison between both these teams here heading into the third. Slight edge in terms of field goal percentage in favor of the Kings. Same with the three-point percentage. 43-31 is the three-point percentage between both these teams. Free throw percentage, slight edge towards the Wizards. Rebounds in favor of the Kings. Assists in favor of the Kings. Steals in favor of the Wizards. Blocks in favor of the Wizards. Turnovers in favor of the Kings. Fast break points evened up. Points in the paint in favor of the Kings. Fouls in favor of the Wizards. Largest lead of the night was held and is still held at this point by the Kings. 21 points was the largest lead of the night. The Wizards have led at one point, but it was only by one and was only for a short moment. Sarr with the ball on the close side wing. Passes it over. Carrington with the flush. Or is that Champagne? That's Champagne with the flush, my bad. Champagne is 5 of 5 for the night, 10 points, 4 boards. As Zach LaVine passes it inside to Raynaud, who misses from next to the block. Rebound Wizards. Foul on LaVine, off-ball foul. Champagne goes up big against DeMar DeRozan for the flush, as we were seeing on replay. Trae Johnson passes it down to the corner, back to Trae Johnson, over to Sarr inside. Layup no good. Raynaud the rebound. DeMar DeRozan on the far side wing. Pulls up on the mid-range. Misses the shot. Foul. Keontae George. His fourth. DeMar DeRozan to the line. 10:55 left in the third to shoot two for the Kings. I believe he missed the first. Makes the second. Keontae George passes. Champagne with the shot, no good. Westbrook with the ball. Far side wing, drives inside. Layup is good for Westbrook. 7-point game, Kings up top. 10:30 to go left here in the third. Keontae George passes. Ball movement around. Back to Sarr inside. Sarr passes it out. Tipped by Westbrook, out of bounds. Ball still to the Wizards. 8 seconds left on the shot clock. 10:19 remaining in the third. Keontae George gets the inbound pass. Gets a screen from Czar. Reynaud on George. George inside. Layup is good. High off the glass. Westbrook with the ball, bringing it up for the Kings. 10 minutes to go in the third. Pass it over to DeRozan. DeRozan on the close side wing. Drives down to the block. Turns around, pulls up, no good. Sarr with the board. Probably going to be saying Sarr's name a lot tonight. Carrington with the pass. Drive inside, pass back outside, drive back inside. Keenaw the rebound. Or Reynaud the rebound, excuse me. Westbrook the other way, lays it up and in. Back to a 7-point game. They brought the ball back up the floor quickly. Sarr with the ball at the point. Pass down to the corner. Trey Johnson back outside to Carrington for three. No good. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Pause and play as DeMar DeRozan and Keontae George kind of get into it a little bit. A little bit of some displeasure from both players here. Not entirely sure what the call on the floor is. A lot happening down low. Keontae George and DeMar DeRozan kind of battling down low in the paint. Or Keontae George trying to get inside. And DeMar DeRozan kind of gives him an extra shove there. Last replay, Keontae George kind of gives him like a forearm shiver, it looks like. While George kind of gets back up, DeMar DeRozan kind of shoves him in the back. So the refs are going to take a look at this. And obviously no audio right now, but I'm assuming there's potential for either a hostile act or flagrant foul or technical foul or something. We're going to try to sort this out here real quick. But right now the referees are going to the replay monitors to break down everything that just happened. And while they do that, I just want to say once again, really appreciate every single one of you guys from tuning in wherever you may be watching from. If you guys like what's happening, don't hesitate to head down to the comments, like and subscribe, share this with anyone and everyone. We're going to continue to try to keep coverage of live events going on throughout the next couple of weeks. So this won't be the last time for sure. We'll definitely start getting into a little bit more of a rhythm for sure. They're still kind of breaking down the film, it looks like. And it looks like we got a double tech on Keyshawn George and DeMar DeRozan is what they're going to determine here. It's kind of an interesting play because it's off from where the shot is at. Keontae George is trying to go in to get a rebound. DeMar DeRozan staying in his way. And the head coach for the Sacramento Kings is talking to one of security right now, trying to get an explanation. In terms of the live feed, they're still at the monitor right now. 9:03 left, 4-point game. Referees are taking off the headset. I'm going to be making the announcement here. I'm not very good at reading lips, but as the shot goes up, Keontae George is trying to fight to get inside so he can try to get an offensive board. DeMar DeRozan kind of gives him a shove. No punches were thrown, but wait, why is Keontae George going to the line? If it's double text, isn't it just play on? Keontae George makes a free throw. DeMar DeRozan goes up, makes the shot, and one. Westbrook with the assist. Nice feed, down low. Foul is either going to be, I believe, on Sarr or Carrington. If I'm looking at the numbers correctly, the video feed just got grading for me. DeMar DeRozan makes a free throw. Wizards bring the ball up. Johnson passed it over to the corner. Keontae George inside. Takes the shot over to DeRozan and misses. Reynaud the rebound. Over to Westbrook. Westbrook drives inside, makes the layup. Sarr passes it in. Wizards bring the ball up. On the wing. 3-point shot is up and good. 72-77 the score. Westbrook brings the ball up. That was Trae Johnson with the three-pointer. DeMar DeRozan and Champagne getting into it down low. And the ref has just called something. DeMar DeRozan better be careful because he's already gotten a tech in this game. Westbrook passes it into DeRozan. Turnaround jumper, no good. Rebound, Wizards. I think that was Trae Johnson for three, no good. Reynaud the rebound. Westbrook the ball. Driving all the way up and put back is good. I think that's Achua who's going to get the put back. Wizards with the ball. Champagne at point. I believe that's a kick ball on Reynaud. I'm just trying to, watch it live. I know the game cast is just a little bit of ahead, but that's an interesting tip back by Achua. Passes inside. Westbrook's going to pick up the foul here. Loose ball foul on Westbrook. 7:17 left here in the third. 14 on the shot clock. It was Sarr that was driving in. A.J. Johnson has the ball, passes it over to Keontae George. George passes it inside to Sarr. Sarr on Reynaud. Turnaround jumper, no good. Achua the board. Brings it up for the Kings. Passes it over to Westbrook. Westbrook at the point. Near the logo. A.J. Johnson guarding him. Backs him down. Down near the block. Passes it over to DeRozan. Over in the corner to Raynaud. Fakes the three. Over to Westbrook, who shoots a three. And buries it. 10-point game. Pass outside into the corner. 3-point is no good. Put back is good. DeMar DeRozan brings it up for the Kings. 8-point game. LaVine shot is up. 3-point good. DeMar DeRozan assists that one. That's Champagne for 3. Bub Carrington assists that one. Timeout on the floor. Kings up 8. 85-77. 6:03 left in the third. Kings barely with a point differential lead here in the third quarter. 18-16 the differential here in this third quarter. Back and forth so far here in this third quarter. Score update from around the league. It's about to head into the fourth quarter in Houston. Timberwolves 82, Rockets 81. That is over on ESPN if you guys want to catch the rest of that game. Or if you want to stick around, we still got a good one coming for you down to the wire here. It's only an 8-point differential here. Gotta love what we're seeing here. And what do you know? Why don't I just refresh this? What happens if I do that? Bro, there's no way that this is that far behind, right? Are we really that far behind? Can't be. But yes, once again, 6:03 left in the third. Once again, really appreciate all you guys for tuning in. If you like what's happening, don't hesitate to hit that like button, subscribe, wherever you may be, however you may be listening. If you really like what's going on, don't hesitate to share with your friends what's going on here. First set of games. I hope you guys are enjoying what's going on. I know this is my first set of games here, especially the doubleheader. So hopefully you guys are enjoying what's going on. Really appreciate it. Kings inbound. DeMar DeRozan gets the inbound. Back in Sacramento. Gets the screen from LaVine, sort of. Good defense by Champagne. Ball passed back outside. Zach LaVine for 3. Cashes it in. 11-point game. 5:37 and counting down. Sarr the ball at the point. Drives in on Domantas Sabonis. And on the floor, they're calling it, I believe, a foul on Sabonis or Cardwell. No, I think it might be on Cardwell. But That might be a loose ball. Nope, they're not going to challenge it. Sarr misses the first. Some of the players on the floor are probably saying ball don't lie. Because I don't think that was on Sabonis, right? Okay, it was on Cardwell. Nice. Sarr tonight, 18 points, 4 boards, 3 assists, 8 of 12 from the field. As he makes the second, turns it into a 10-point game. Sabonis passes it into DeRozan. Gets a mini screen from Sabonis. Westbrook gives a good screen. DeRozan on the far wing gets double team. Passes it to Westbrook. Inside to Sabonis. Sabonis gets the deuce. A.J. Johnson brings up the ball for the Wizards. Working on Sabonis. And gets the deuce. Levine into Westbrook. Brings the ball up quickly. Sabonis the screen. Westbrook loses the handle. Levine on A.J. Johnson, who gets the deuce. $90-82. Double teamed DeRozan. Levine working one-on-one on Watkins. Watkins to Sabonis, back to Levine, who makes the mid-range. Looks so easy. Sabonis gets the assist. A.J. Johnson passes it over cross wing, misses the three-point shot. And out of bounds, last touch, Kings. Wizards retain possession, 14 left on the shot clock, 4 minutes left in the third. 92-82 the score. Sarr's going to take a seat. Clifford and Schroeder enter the game. A.J. Johnson passed the ball in. Bagley inside, misses the layup. Last touch, Wizards, ball out of bounds. Schroeder passes it into Levine, who gives it back to Schroeder. Schroeder going up on Riley. Gives the ball to Clifford, back to Schroeder. Gets a mini screen from Sabonis. Passes it to Sabonis to Clifford. Back to Sabonis. Over to Schroeder. Schroeder working back around. Gets the layup in. And hits the deck hard. Riley with the ball at the free throw line. Takes the mid-range. Misses back iron. Back out to Riley for three. Misses back iron again. Loose ball foul on the rebound. They're going to call, I believe it's Champagne for the loose ball rebound foul. Kings ball. .309 left in the third. 12-point game in favor of the Kings. And Schroeder lost the handle, but I think by that reaction they're going to be calling a blocking foul on Riley, I believe. No, A.J. Johnson picked up the foul. Schroeder makes the first. Misses the second. 13-point game. Under 3 minutes to go in the third. Keontae George at the point. Passes it over to A.J. Johnson. Working on Dennis Schroeder down low. With a reverse layup, no good. Sabonis the rebound. Sabonis tries going coast to coast. And they call a charge on Sabonis. Going the other way. It happened so fast I don't even know. Keontae George was there. I want to say he was still moving. But I could be wrong. Wizards timeout. 13-point game. 2:41 left in the third. Kings up 13. Update from score around the league. The only other game remaining is in Houston. Rockets have a 5-point lead now against the Timberwolves. 9:31 remaining in the fourth. 90-85 your score in Houston. As the Rockets are looking to try to win at home. To keep a good winning streak alive. Holy cow. Never had so many viewers. Once again, if you guys like the content that's going on right now, don't hesitate to head down to the